Session is now called to order.
Honorable Elmer Balimoro,
Please be
Acting
seated.
Presiding Officer, present. Honorable Gabriel H. Bordado Jr., City Vice Mayor, on sick leave. Honorable Jesse Albios, present. Honorable Gil G. Rosales, present. Honorable Vito Borja II, Honorable Hilda Gay Labonal Gomez, present. Honorable Melvin Ramon Buenape, present. Honorable Wilfredo Jujokno, present. Honorable Francisco M. Mendoza, present. Honorable Alan Rees Makaraig, absent. Honorable David Casper Nathan Serio, present. Honorable Maria Corazon Peña Flor, present. Honorable Jepson Romeo V. Felix, present. Sir, we have a quorum.
The chair declares the presence of a quorum.
Please all rise for the prayer and the pambansang awit. Prayer.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Dear Lord,
Dear Lord,
as we deliberate in today's session, give us the wisdom to overcome passion.
Give us the wisdom to overcome passions.
Give us that understanding heart to do away with prejudice.
Give us that understanding heart to do away with prejudice.
Give us a foresight to know what the future may devise.
Give us the foresight to know what the future may devise.
Give us the courage and strength to seek the truth and what is good.
Give us the courage and strength to seek the truth and what is good.
Give us the facility of language that we may be understood.
Give us the facility of language that we may be understood.
And finally, our Lord,
And finally, our Lord,
make us worthy public servants of this city.
make us
worthy public servant of the city,
We deeply love and highly honor
who deeply love and highly honor
Naga City, the heart of Bicol.
Naga City, the heart of Bicol.
Amen.
Amen.
In the name of the Father, of the Son, of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Next, the pambansang awit.
Bayang magiliw, handa awit.
Bayang magiliw, pwerte sa silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupi, di ka pasisiil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simay at sa langit mong buhaw. May nilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal, ang kislap ng matawat mo'y tagumpay na naglilibig. Ang bituin at araw niyang kailan pa may pagbibig. Lupa ng araw ng walhatit pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Ang ligaya ng may mag-aapi, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Next is the Bicol March.
Ding, ding. Art of Bicol, rich in culture and history, it calls to mind symbols of the rarest nature, a tree, a river, and a shrine. Songs begin or voices in churches, streets, and marketplace, in campus fields and river noise, that shapes our lives and heals our days. Hearts that we cry out, the seated ones of crowded far and hard, receive the years of promise plenty in this cathedral town of God. Bless the city, queen of praises, touch this hearts anew with love. Pour upon our upturned faces,
Please be seated. Good morning. Before we proceed, we acknowledge the presence of Mr. Pio Samonte from the LCC Southbound Terminal, Mr. Dennis De Lubino of Eastbound Terminal, and Mr. Felipe Bio Jr. from the Northbound Jeepney Terminal. And also Mr. Leo Paulo Del Rosario of LCC Terminal. Next item.
Next is the privilege time.
Any member would like to avail the privilege time? The Liga ng mga Barangay President, the Honorable Maria Corazon Peñaflor.
Honorable Presiding Officer, our Presiding Officer, City Councilor Elmer Balimoro, distinguished members of the Sangguniang Panglungsod, and esteemed colleagues, arise in a matter of personal and collective privilege to recognize an act of courage and civic responsibility that merits the commendation of this honorable body. In the early hours of April 13, 2026, at approximately 1 a.m., an attempted theft incident occurred at Green Plaza Restaurant, involving the unlawful taking of various items, including plates and serving bowls. At that critical moment, Mrs. Zinaida Vasquez Perida, a dedicated member of Bantay Kataid of Barangay Dayangdang, demonstrated exceptional vigilance and bravery. Through her prompt and decisive action, she successfully prevented the commission of the crime and safeguarded the property of the establishment. Her actions reflect not only her commitment to public safety, but also her courage in the face of potential danger. While the observance of Women's Month has formally concluded, it is important to emphasize that recognition of women's contribution should not be confined to a specific period. Acts of bravery, leadership, and service by women in our community deserve acknowledgement at all times. Ms. Perida exemplified the strength, resilience, and active role of women in maintaining peace and order in our community. She stands as a testament to the role that women play in community development and public safety. In this regard, I respectfully move that this honorable body extend formal recognition and commendation to Mrs. Perida, not only for a commendable act, but also as a symbol of the bravery and invaluable contributions of women in our society. Let this recognition affirm our continuing commitment to honor and uplift women whose actions inspire the strength in our community. With the indulgence of our Chairman on Committee on Rules, may I therefore request for the inclusion of this privilege speech in today's session. A proposed resolution commending Mrs. Zenia Vasquez Perida, member of Bantay Kataid of Barangay Dayangdang, Naga City, for exemplary act of vigilance and courage in preventing an attempted theft incident. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Maria Corazon Peñaflor. Any other members would like to avail the privilege time? Hearing now, we proceed to the next item.
Next item is the reading and approval of the order of business.
The Chairman of the Committee on Rules, Councilor Gil Rosales.
Mr. Chairman, may I move to dispense with the reading of the order of business and move for the inclusion of the following items under special business and order. A letter from the City Mayor requesting for endorsing the recommendation of Mr. Roderick Reforzado on the proposed reduction of terminal fees for the consideration and appropriate of the appropriate committee of the Sangguniang Panglungsod. Another under special business and order is a letter from the City Mayor requesting for authority to enter into, negotiate, and sign a memorandum of agreement with the Department of Labor and Employment relative to the implementation of the Job Start Philippines program. And last under special business and order is another letter from the City Mayor requesting for authority to enter, negotiate, and sign the memorandum of agreement with Josefina Baal, Cipriano Baal, Antonio Baal, collectively referred to as the Baal Ears, relative to the establishment of right-of-way over a portion of their property for the Waterline Project and Access Road to St. Clair subdivision. Under unfinished business, Mr. Chairman, the proposed ordinance authored by the Honorable Francisco M. Mendoza, co-authored by Honorable David Casper Nathan Serio, amending Ordinance Number 2024-54, otherwise known as the Naga City Continuing Education and Professional Development Program, to maximize participation by barangay personnel. Also under unfinished business, the reports of the Committee on Public Safety and Peace and Order, the report of the Committee on Land Use, jointly with the Committee on Laws and Ordinances, the report of the Committee on Health and Nutrition, the report of the Committee on Appropriations, and the report of the Committee on Health and Nutrition. Under new business, Mr. Chairman, is an endorsement from the Office of the Ombudsman relative to the complaint filed by a certain Jane Petalio against Barangay Kagawad, Eugene Norman Ribay of Barangay Bagong Bayan, Sur, Naga City, Camarines. Also under new business, for review is the Barangay Ordinance of Barangay Calawag, mandating the installation of house plate numbers in all residential and commercial establishments within Barangay Calawag and providing penalties for non-compliance. Also under new business is a proposed ordinance authored by the Honorable Nathan Serio, regulating the use of aftermarket mufflers on motorcycles, prohibiting open pipe modifications, designating strict quiet zones, and establishing a city-driven reporting system within Naga City. Also under new business is a request for assistance from Miss Picolandia 2025 Iris Ignacio Oresca in relation to her participation in the Beginning Pilipinas 2026. Another under new business is the barangay ordinance submitted by Barangay Peña Francia for review, entitled An Ordinance Granting Burial Assistance to Persons with Disabilities in the Barangay, and another ordinance for review entitled An Ordinance Providing Medical Assistance in the Form of Medicines for Persons with Disabilities of Barangay Peña Francia, funded from the Barangay PWD Fund and available every 6 months. Also under new business is an endorsement from the Office of the Honorable Alan Rees Macaraig concerning the water supply issues in Barangay Sabang. Also under new business, another endorsement from the Honorable Alan Rees Macaraig attaching a communication from a stall holder of the Fresh Fish section of Naga City People's Mall regarding several operational concerns affecting vendors and daily market activities. Also under new business are 3 proposed ordinances of the Honorable Francisco M. Mendoza. First is an ordinance suspending the imposition of interest and penalties on loans and amortizations extended by the city government to micro-enterprises and farmers, which fell due on March 1, 2026, and thereafter until December 31, 2026, due to the massive and unprecedented increase in the price of fuel, eroding their ability to meet their financial obligations on time. Another proposed ordinance by the Honorable Francisco M. Mendoza suspending the imposition of surcharges, interest, and penalties on the rental of stalls and other properties owned or managed by the city government of Naga in view of the economic difficulties occasioned by the 2026 Middle East energy crisis. And another proposed ordinance from the Honorable Francisco Mendoza entitled An Ordinance Prescribing Guidelines for the Release, Utilization, and Liquidation of the Barangay Support Fund, establishing an equitable allocation formula, therefore, and ensuring compliance with DBM and COA regulations. Also under new business is an endorsement from the People's Law Enforcement Board forwarded to the Sangguniang Panglungsod, a position paper from the members of the Naga City People's Law Enforcement Board for information and due consideration. And last under new business, a proposed ordinance from the Honorable Melvin Ramon Buenafe regulating the wearing of masks, baklavas, and other face coverings that conceal identity in certain public places and situations in the city of Naga in the interest of public safety and in support of the law enforcement operations. Under other matters, Mr. Chairman, is a letter from Ruby Shelter Builders and Realty Development Corporation informing of their attendance in today's session through Mr. Dennis De Lobino in relation to the invitation of the Sangguniang Panglungsod last session. And last is an ex parte manifestation submitted to the Energy Regulatory Commission, copy furnished to the Sangguniang Panglungsod. With the inclusions, Mr. Chairman, I vote for the approval of the order of business.
Before the approval, the item of the new business, item number 10, pertaining to the Barangay Support Fund, was already included as item number 8 of the unfinished business. And also, the matter pertaining to the letter of the Ruby Shelter be included as item number 1A of the unfinished business pertaining to the invitation to the terminal operators, and also the item number 7 of the unfinished business be item number 4.2 of the unfinished business. Any comment on the proposed agenda? Councilor.
We know, Mr. Chairman, from the Honorable Mendoza, if the document submitted here is a new one or the same document which is submitted and part of the agenda today.
The Honorable Mendoza. pertaining to the proposed ordinance on the barangay, on the utilization of the barangay support fund. It's the same with the item number 8 and the item number 10.
The one received today, Mr. Chair, is a revision because the original submission was only for 2026. The new one is after 2026.
So,
With that, Mr. Chair, I move that I withdraw the original submission and substitute the later one under new business.
so item number 8 of the unfinished business will be deleted as withdrawn by the proponent. Councilor Nathan Serio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I request that we include under special business order a proposed resolution, resolution of condolences to the family of former Barangay Captain Balindan, Kararayan, Nagadanada.
As item number 5 of the special business or order.
Yes, thank you.
Any other comment? Item number 5 or item number 4? Item number 4 of the special business or order. Any second for the approval of the agenda? The matter of the privileged speech of the Honorable Ason Peñaflor as item number 6 of the special business or order. Item number 5, brother. Any other? Any second on the proposed agenda?
As amended.
It has been moved and seconded. The order of business is hereby approved. Next item.
Next item is an endorsement from the Office of the City Mayor requesting authority to pass a resolution authorizing her to enter into, negotiate, and sign the memorandum of agreement with the Department of Labor and Employment relative to the implementation of the Jumpstart Philippines program pursuant to Republic Act 10869, otherwise known as the Jumpstart Philippines Act.
The first item is the letter from the City Mayor pertaining to the terminal fees of the Bicol Central Station.
Communication from the Office of the City Mayor endorsing the recommendation of Mr. Roderick Reforzado, Terminal Manager designation of the Bicol Central Station, on the proposed reduction of terminal fees for the consideration of the appropriate committee of the Sangguniang Panlungsod.
We acknowledge the presence of the BCS Terminal Manager, Mr. Nonoy Reforzado. We suspend the rules and request Mr. Nonoy Reforzado to apprise us pertaining to the this request by the City Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Chair, the recommendation of the Bicol Central Station suggests an alternative per request of the LTFRB regional office to actually nagpun po ini yung recommendation na ini upon the request of LTFRB regional office number 5 to decrease our terminal fee by 50%, but since the request may jeopardize our targets in terms of income and the operation of the terminal, so the management come up with an alternative recommendation. But since it requires amendment of ordinance number 2020 -023, otherwise known as the ordinance setting the guidelines for the collection of fees at the Bicol Central Station, we suggest, Mr. Chair, that the recommendation may shall be committee, appropriate committee, request to refer the recommendation to the appropriate committee of this August body.
Thank you, Mr. Reporsado. Before we proceed, we acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Alan Rees Macaraig.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Honorable Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I request that that matter be referred to the Committee on Ways and Means with the added instruction to the manager of the Bicol Central Station, 1, to submit the communication from LTFRB directing terminals to cut their terminal fee by half. 2, the report on the number of dispatches prior to the Mid-East crisis. And 3, the current number of dispatches under the current situation. So move, Mr. Chair.
Any second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. We refer the matter to the Committee on Ways and Means. Thank you, Mr. Nonoy Reporsado. The rules is resumed. Next item.
The next is an endorsement from the Office of the City Mayor requesting for the passage of a resolution authorizing her to enter into, negotiate, and sign the memorandum of agreement with the Department of Labor and Employment relative to the implementation of the Jumpstart Philippines program pursuant to Republic Act 10869, otherwise known as the Jumpstart Philippines Act.
Mr. Chair,
May we know from the Honorable Macaraig if is the concern related to the matter?
with all due respect, Mr. Chair, can we again call the manager of Bicol Central Station? There is one more matter that he wants to inform the honorable body.
Okay. So, we again call Mr. Nonoy Reporsado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Honorable Macaraig.
Relative to the discussions last session, Mr. Chair, could you please inform us of any development or status of regarding the welfare of the passengers? Thank you.
With the indulgence of the Honorable Macaraig, the said matter was included in the item number 1 of the unfinished business. So we maybe tackle this later on. To include also the invitation to other terminal operator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. We excuse Mr. Nonoy Reporsado and we proceed to the item read by the Secretary. We call the SK Federation President, the Honorable Jefferson Romeo Felix.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a brief background about this program. So Jumpstart program is a flagship program of the Department of Labor and Employment, and it aims to shorten the school-to-work transition of our young people by providing them necessary knowledge and skills from formal education and technical skills. So we've been doing this for quite some time already, Mr. Chair. That's why, given that, I move that we pass a resolution authorizing the City Mayor to enter into, negotiate, and sign the Memorandum of Agreement with the Department of Labor and Employment relative to the implementation of the Jumpstart Philippines program pursuant to RA 10869. So I move, Mr. Chair.
Any second? It has been moved and seconded. The proposed request of a resolution is hereby approved. Councilor Frank Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I move that we also request the Metro Peso to submit to the Sangguniang the status of previous beneficiaries of Jumpstart program. Ano si nangyari sa inda after availing of that program? Ano na si kamugtakan nila? The intent is for them to transition to employment. Kaya maraman-taman, ano si success cam program, asin kung may kayo po na i-improve o kayo po na accept ng Sangguniang, then we can act accordingly. So mo, Mr. Chair.
The Secretariat is directed to write the Metro Peso. Next item.
Next item is communication from the Office of the City Mayor requesting for the passage of a resolution to enter into, negotiate, and sign the memorandum of agreement with Josepina R. Baal, Cipriano Baal, Antonio Baal, and Angelita Baal, collectively referred to as the Baal Ears, establishment of the right for a portion of their property for the waterline project and access road to St. Clair subdivision.
The chairman of the Committee on Public Utilities, the Honorable Jesse R. Albios.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A proposed water line project is intended to be implemented to serve the residents of St. Clair subdivision. However, there is no established right-of-way connecting the St. Clair subdivision to the Almeda Highway. So, ang involved property on this proposed project will be 1,272 square meters owned by the Baal Ears. So, in this connection, may I move that we pass a resolution authorizing the city mayor to enter into, negotiate, and sign the memorandum of agreement with Josefina R. Baal, Cipriano R. Baal, and the Baal Ears. So move, Mr. Chair.
It has been moved and seconded. Any comment? The Honorable Mendoza.
Can we request the Secretariat to flash the MOA?
The Secretariat is requested to plus the memorandum of agreement.
The terms of the agreement. Okay. The Baal Heirs hereby grant, etc. Number 1, construction, development, and maintenance of a road right-of-way originating from Almeda Road. Si intent kani pagtaw ning right-of-way is to construct a road and to install water line. As stated in letter A, concreting, construction, development, and maintenance. Siguro dapat sabihin natin dyan, road construction, development, and maintenance on the road right-of-way originating from Almeda Road. As written by the city mayor, the intent is to construct a road that would link St. Clair subdivision. St. Clair yan, ano? St. Clair subdivision to the highway. As stated kaya, right-of-way lang ang itataw ni Baal. Ang tutugutan ni Baal. Pero actually,
Right-of-way.
si intenta is right-of-way plus road. Siguro, while we are in agreement that we give the authority, but we can instruct the city legal office to review the agreement to make sure that it reflects faithfully the intent of that donation. Is that a donation? Use of the right-of-way.
May we know from the Honorable Mendoza if the term construction, development, and maintenance of a road right-of-way originating from Almeda Road is not the same of your proposition?
It's different because right-of-way, a road right-of-way, we do not construct a road right-of-way. It's a right. Pero the intent, as in the cover letter of the city mayor, aside from obtaining the right-of-way, we will also construct the road. Then na-mention dyan, si construction of road. Siguro second mo lang, it's a matter of tweaking the sentence to faithfully reflect the intent of that agreement. So, I have no objection to the motion, Mr. Chair, but we can instruct the City Legal Office to check and ensure that the MOA reflects what really is the intent of the city and Baal on that agreement.
So we approve on the condition for the some modification from the City Legal Office.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you po.
So we approve subject to the modification of the City Legal Office. Next item.
Next is the proposed resolution expressing profound condolence to
To the Birig family.
To the very
to the Birig family of the late Barangay Kagawad, Balindan, o
Kapitan.
Barangay Kararay.
Punong
Barangay
barangay.
Captain, Punong Barangay. Balindan o Barangay Kararay.
On joint collective motion, Mr. Chair.
So we pass on joint and collective motion, a resolution extending condolences to the bereaved family of the late Punong Barangay and Barangay Kagawad, Aida Balindan of Kararayan. Next item.
Next is the proposed resolution of the Honorable Peña Flor, expressing commendation to Ms. Perida.
The Liga ng mga Barangay Regional President and City Councilor Ason Peñaflor.
Thank you, Mrs. Chair. Mrs. Chair, Mrs. Perida has demonstrated outstanding civic responsibility and commitment to community safety. So, may I move that this resolution be approved for today's session. A resolution commending Mrs. Sinya Vasquez Perida, member of Bangkat Bantay Kataid of Barangay Dayangdang, Naga City, for her exemplary act of vigilance and courage in preventing an attempted theft incident. So I move for joint and collective.
On joint and collective motion, we pass the resolution of commendation. Councilor Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Related to that grant of right-of-way by the Baal family, may I also move that we pass a resolution expressing our appreciation and thanks to said family for allowing right-of-way over their property. So move, Mr. Chair.
Second.
On joint and collective.
On joint and collective motion, we pass a resolution giving thanks and gratitude to the Baal family. Next item.
Under unfinished business, a letter dated April 8 of the Acting Secretary to the Sangguniang inviting the operators of the northbound jeepney terminal, eastbound terminal, southbound jeepney terminal, and the manager of the Bicol Central Station to the regular session for today's regular session as resource person to apprise the Sangguniang Panlungsod of the dispatching of the PUJs, PUVs, and PUBs operating in their respective terminals and the number of inbound and outbound passengers they serve.
We again acknowledge the presence of Mr. Nonoy Reporsado of the Bicol Central Station, Mr. Dennis Dilubino, the eastbound terminal, Mr. Felipe Bio Jr. and Ma'am Lily Manubay of the northbound jeepney terminal, Mr. Pio Samonte and Mr. Leo Paulo del Rosario of the LCC terminal. On the background of this matter, may we request the Honorable Aris Macaraig.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last week, we have observed that several complaints were raised by stakeholders of different terminals, primarily because due to the lack of available jeepneys, especially during the last trip or in the evening, considering that many of these stakeholders of the terminals are workers or have jobs here in Naga City. However, in the course of last week, there were also announcements made by number 1, the LG of Calabanga, number 2, LG of Canacman. I have not heard from LG of Bombon that they will be providing support, libreng sakay, to their constituents. We also received information from LGU Libmanan that they are providing libreng sakay. This is with respect to the eastbound terminal. So, under the law, under the ordinance, the City of Naga has a regulatory authority over all terminals in Naga City. Considering the energy crisis we are suffering these times, we would like to ensure that although not Nagueños, they are essential part of our economy and should be protected, whether their welfare concerns are being properly addressed by the terminals. Number 1, as to the safety, pag naubusan po ba ning jeep, what do terminals offer, or can they stay in the premises? Number 2, are they informing the LGUs of that their constituents are being stranded in the terminals and such other facilities? So we requested that they be called for today's session so that we be informed of the measures that they have undertaken or are undertaking to address these concerns, Mr. Chair. So may we call on the first, the Bicol Central Station, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Alan Riz Macaraig. We also take simultaneously the letter from the Ruby Shelton Builders and Realty Development Corporation. We suspend the rules. We request Mr. Nonoy Reporsado.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair, and to the members of this august body. Mr. Chair, may I request the in charge for the visuals to flash on screen my prepared, one page man lang po ini. Medyo setting.
Please proceed.
Okay, Mr. Chair, on screen is the comparative BCS daily average trips per route and fleet operations, or the number of bus units serving the routes for the calendar year 2025, the first quarter of 2026, and April 1 to 10, 2026. And it also includes the period of operation or daily schedule from first trip to last trip. For 2025 and first quarter of 2026, the data shows that the average daily trips and fleet operation is almost the same, Mr. Chair. But from April 1 to 10 of this year, there's a significant decrease. This is due to the measure applied by bus companies and bus operators to address this crisis po ano. So kung may hiling ta po dyan, Mr. Chair, for the Naga to Rinconada route, iba pong decrease na 9 trips per day and 11 units. For Naga to Partido, 10 ang nabawas po sa daily trips, and the fleet operation, 5 units po ang nabawas. Naga Karamoan, 2, and fleet operation, sa Roman lang po. And then in Naga Legazpi, 16 ang nabawas po sa tatuyang daily average trips, and 13 units ang nabawas din po. So for a total of 55 trips per day ang nabawas po sa tuya sa Bicol Central Station, and 47 bus units ang nabawas din nagbabirahe. But we have already addressed the situation, Mr. Chair. Because of this, we provide extension of the interval times for buses, for queuing buses, so that we ensure that the daily schedule or the operational period will be served from first trip to last trip.
Questions from the members? The Honorable Aris Macaraig.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So can we claim or say that the situation in the Bicol Central Station is manageable, sir?
Mr. Reporsado.
Yes, Mr. Chair, the situation is manageable. And if in case may mag-abot man po kung tapos na si operational period, let's say for example, ini pong biyaheng Rinconada and Partido, iyo po kasi may pinakadakol kasi ano yan, mga pasahero talaga. Pag nag-abot na sa period na natapos na si Operation Inda, beyond 8 p.m., we facilitate passenger duman po sa mga buses from Metro Manila na maagi po sa indang rota, and pinapakiulitan na duman po sinda magsakay para po makaulit.
Okay. Any other question?
I have none other question, Mr. Chair. Since the Bicol Central Station caters to
Buses.
far buses going to far places as far as NCR. Just one last, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mayo na pong biyahe ang Garchitorena.
Igwa pa man po, Mr. Chair.
It said 0.
No,
Ano?
ano po yan, si increase or decrease. So, mayo pong pagbabago.
May biyahe pa din
May
po
biyahe pa din.
ang Garchitorena.
Igwa pa man po giraray 3 daily trips per day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Aris Macraig. The Honorable Wilfredo Jude Jokno.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just want to know if all the passengers in the terminal from 8 p.m. na-accommodate ba lahat sila sa mga buses from Manila?
Yes po. Actually, Mr. Chair, we facilitate those beyond the operational period of a particular route, duman po sa mga buses from Metro Manila. Let's say for example, may igwa pang mauling pili. So, assista po sinda katong mga buses from Metro Manila na makasakay duman, maagi man lang po sa route. Si mga pag-iripot po kayo sa operation ang nag-aasikaso to ensure na makauli po sinda.
So, Mr. Chair, we can safely say that safety concerns will not be that safety concerns will not be our concern anymore because all passengers will be accommodated.
Yes, Mr. Chair, in case of the Bicol Central Station.
Any other question? Again, the Honorable Aris Macraig.
Just for the information of the body, Mr. Chair, gurano na po ang pamasahing regular pa Manila bus?
Air condition.
Mr. Reporsado.
Yes. Actually, maitatao ko po, Mr. Chair, is the range. Yes. So, ang pamasahe po from Metro Manila,
Naga to Metro Manila.
yes, from Naga to NCR and vice versa, ranges from 875 to 2,250. Nag-iiba-iba po ang sa indang pamasahe, especially with aircon buses, because tumay na po na semi-deregulated po when it comes to aircon buses. Basta ano po kayan, habang nagbabawas ang tukawan kang bus, nagmamahal man ang pamasahe. So, ini pong sabi kong 875, this refers to the 2x3 aircon bus, ano po, na I think more than or 60-seater.
Is it in charge?
So, pag nagipong 50-seater, iguang 1,125. And then, pag inaapod ng Lazy Boy or 2x1, ang pamasahe na po kayan from 1,300 pataas. And ini pong 2,250, iyo po initong inaapod na sleeper bus.
Okay. Any other question? The Honorable Frank Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one question. Itong schedule kang last trip kadto, iyo manggiraraingon yan. Kung alas 8 kadto, may alas 8 manggiraraingon yan.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other question? So, aside from 8 o'clock trip, ano ang pinakahuring biyahe?
Sa provincial po.
Yeah.
Ini pong going to Rinconada and going to Partido area. Yan po ang pinaka last na itong 8 p.m. ang last.
What will happen kitong mga nababayaan ng biyahe? Itong mga day nakahabol? Ano ang ginigibo kang BCS?
As I have explained before, sinda na po itong papakiulay duman po sa mga buses na hali sa Metro Manila na ma-pass through sa terminal and then ma-proceed going to eastbound. Igwa po kasi mga hali sa Metro Manila na going to Partido, going to Rinconada. So, dyan tasinda po, papakiulay na makasakay.
Masakay yun.
Pero it happened in the early morning.
In the early morning,
I mean,
Siyali sa Manila.
napapasakay early morning na, not on the evening.
yes po, Mr. Chair. Pero ano man po, actually ang nag-aabot man po hali sa Metro Manila, phone man po yan aga, halos may nag-aabot po. Lalo na po itong mga nagdidiretso sa Albay and any other province of the Bicol.
Okay. Any other question to the Bicol Central Station? So we thank Mr. Nonoy Reporsado. Before we proceed, we acknowledge the presence of Mr. Jomar Brasal of Metro Peso, and also the OJT from Metro Peso, Ms. Rachel Campit and Ms. Crisel Ann Hoble. They're from Kawayan, Ragay, Camarines Sur. Welcome to the session hall of the Sangguniang Panglungsod. Okay. So we excuse Mr. Nonoy Reporsado. We call on Mr. Dennis Delubino, from the terminal manager of the eastbound terminal.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning po sa mga kagawad at sinsagabos.
Good morning.
Ang sitwasyon mi po sa eastbound terminal, siring man po sa iba na nabawasan ng mga nagbabiyahing auto. Ang jeepney po, aabuton mga 16% ang naina, and sa vans, halos mga 15% man po to 13% arog kayan. Pero ang ginibo mi po dyan, nagkaigwa kami ng pag-uru-urulay na sirin po nga naman sa sinabi ni Sir Nonoy, arog man po ka ito. Piglabaan mi po si oras ning pagpila ninda. Kung naglalarga po sila ning 5 minutes, ang iba po 10 minutes na yan. Depende po sa pasahero. Kung dakol man ang pasahero, marikas dahil po nag-aabot ning 5 minuto, nakakahali na yan. Ang kadagli po dyan na nagdidikit ang pasahero sa Samuya, itong parting udto, saka parting alanganin na hapon, araw mga alas 2, alas 3. Pero po, pag abot po duman sa peak hours, itong yaon na ang pasahero, dire-diretso man po giraray, same ang oras. Kung 5 minutes mangyaray, larga yan. Sa van, and ito pong itong mga minibus po, bagang bagungon yan, si Modernize, yuman po, continuous manggiraray. Ang jeepney po, nag-a-updating alas 10. Ang van, mga 7 hanggang 8. Hanggang igwa pong pasahero. So, matotal po, daiman po naapektuhan itong pagsakay kang mga pasahero sa eastbound terminal. Nakipag-communicate po kami sa mga operators tapos sa mga kooperatiba na kung mapipwede, mag-serve mangyaray ning siring sa dati. Kami na lang si ma-adjust pag abot duman sa oras na dapat man pahalion tulos kung ang pasahero ninda didikit man sana. Sa jeep po, pakiulayan miss alas 10 na, kung mapipwede, igwa pang nakapila. Kadakli po kayan, dahil minaman pig papabayad. Ang importante, alas 10 yaon pasinda. Kasi nagluluwas na mga haling SM. Ngunyan, aram na po ninda na last trip may alas 10, ang ibang pasahero nababayaan talaga. So, pag nabayaan si pasahero, pigpapaisip. Pero dikit man lang po yan. Ang kadakli kayan, mga estudyante na Ararani, mga Palestina. Tamayo na si jeep na nasasakayan ni Daang Concepcion, dikit na. So, ang pig-aano mi sa inda mag-amay alas 10 tayo si last trip ta dai magpahuri.
So ang last na biyahe po is 10 PM.
Yes, sir.
What will happen po duman sa mga sinasabi mong dai nakakahabol sa last trip?
Iyan po, pig-aapudan mi po si mga anuming tricycle, si Kabisto. May toda po kami duman, si Istoda, na kung mapipili, sundo ninda, pagulayan ninda, kung abot sa mapahatod. Pero po, sasabihan mi sinda na kung gusto nindo, igdi na kamo magturog kung gusto nindo, or maduman kamo sa bus terminal, igwa duman yung mga biyaheng Manila, duman po sinda masakay kung gusto nila mag-uli. Pero kung habo naman, duman po sa Muya.
May facility ka mo na pwede nila.
Igwaman po kami duman, igwaman security duman na makakaibanan sinda. So, safety man po. So, iyo po yan ang Samuya. Pagkatapos po, nagkaigwa po kami ng pag-urulay kang Biyernes pa lang. Nag-isip kami kung paano makakatabang kadikit duman sa mga drivers and operators. Nag-invite po kami ng itong advertisement agency po baga, itong EQA from Manila, na kung pwede makatabang man duman sa mga drivers and operators na mag-offer sinda na ito po bagang mga naglalaag yan ng advertisement sa mga auto, sa mga jeep, ito mga sticker na mga produkto. So, come Friday po, halos 100% man siya nag-attend duman sa pa-meeting na ito. Sinaugmaman po sinda duman sa offer na ito. May bayad po ito. So, iyon si Saroming naisipan po na makatabang-tabang sa inda. So, yun po yan.
Thank you, Mr. Dennis De Lubino. Questions from the members? The Honorable Frank Mendoza.
Ang usual na problema si pagsabing last trip, kadakol din nakakasakay. Pwede maraman sa eastbound. Normally, pira ang nawawalat. Okay, pira ang din nakakasakay.
Halos Tira yan. Siguro kung may mga dyan makasakay, 2, 3, araw po kayan. Bira po yan mangyari.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other question? The Honorable Aris Macaraig.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sir, sa SM po baga, pag nag-rent ka dyan, nag-rent ka ng stall sa SM, you have to be open, maski mayo nagbabakal. Otherwise, you will be penalized. Taday ka nag-open. Iyo po. Ang punto ko po, igwa pong araw kayo na sistema, ang terminal na pag-urulay, na dapat alas 10, igwang 2 igdi yung jeep, hali sa Indo, igwa man 2 jeep, hali sa Indo. Bako pong depende sa kung may pasahero, umayo. Kundi dahil sa igwaning obligasyon na igwang available duman na jeep, taang nare-resibita pong mga reklamo, dahil sufficiente si jeep, mayong jeep, so sabi mo po nga ni, mga 2-3 man lang ang nawawalat. Pero igwa po ba kita ang sistema na igwa talagang obligado na mag-provide dyan for last trip. Say for today, hisay po ang dapat na nakatoka dyan ng alas 10 and pira. And na-maintain po ba ninda si commitment ninda, like to provide 3 jeeps for last trip, o baka po pakiurulayan sana. Sailing ko po, dahil nasa krisis kita, garo dapat mahigutan taman na kung sinabi nindang kung napag-ulayan is tulo, dapat makahiling kita dyan tulong jeep. Dahil po pwedeng 2. Otherwise, i-penalty po sinda. Since kita po ang nasa terminal management, para makanod man po sinda ng obligasyon. Salamat.
Mr. De Lubino.
Salamat po. Sa Samuya po, ang last trip ni alas 10. Siguro po talaga kaya ang music na alas 10. Kuminsan po nga normal days pa, halos natatagaan po po dyan, lulo, kapat na jeep. Kuminsan, wala po dyan nagtutulong sa mga jeep na ready, mahalya, pagka magpasayro po. Ang iba lang po kaya, yan man, pika-advise. Ako po pika-taulay ko mismo, pasayro lalo ng mga hobby na nag-enjoy pa man sa naga. Sabi ko, tao kaniro na ito. Pataaran kang magurang ito pa kung hindi na kapunta ko sa biyon ni Luma yung dahil sa terminal. Ang oras alas 11, ang oras nagpas ng paray. So, ang ma-advise ko sa inyo, aramtan, alas 10, Ang last trip, yaw na kamo. Nagahali po ang samoyang jeep. Kung minsan, alas 10. Instead, pinakalat po talaga yan para duman sa mga empleyado kang SM. Igual na po kaming regular passenger dyan.
Councilor Macaraig.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kung luwas loob. Kung nag-abot po sinda sa terminal, lampas na duman sa oras kang last trip, bakit naman po yan pagkukulang? Dahil may regulasyon. Ang buta lang po sabihin, dapat stricto kita na sufficiente ang jeep pag abot kang last trip.
Iya po, iya po.
Tapos, kung baka po pwede giraray, sabi mo po nga, mga hubin, baka po, dahil pa yan tuod kan si Mayong last trip, kang panahon sa Naga, patigid kalawag, may last trip eh. Ngunyan, very, kadakol ng lunadan. Pero sa luwas ka Naga, baka po pwedeng makalagita dumaning sign na puon Abril arog ka ini hanggang kuno arin ang last trip ta alas 10 para po duman sa mga hubin na day tuod sa may last trip.
Iya po, iya.
Sabi po nga ni baka naglalayaw-layaw pa sa Naga. Bilang pong pagpagirumduman. Pero yun nga ni po mapasiguro ta na may sufisyente
Iya
pag-abot kang last trip.
Salamat po.
Salamat.
Iya po, iya po. Thank you very much po, Kagawad.
Sige. So, the terminal will put up a signage indicating ito pong last trip na 10 p.m. So, ang request naman lang po is mayong mauyo ng mga pasahero na pag nag-abot ng 10 p.m., igwa pang masasakayan.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any other question? Councilor Nathan Serio?
Mr. De Lubino, ang interest ko itong biyang pabuhi. Alams na taga-buhi ako. Apektado man kaning kuan ni si biyahe pabuhi. O amay pa maanang pasiring buhi. Kami jo araryo kadto baga alas 3 dapat nakali ka na sa Naga. Ano ngunyan alauna na?
Thank you, Kagawad. Sa totoo lang po, si Buhi, si Sander ang anong dyan, ay banan sa pagdalagan. Ang Buhi po, very willing na mag-standby. Kaya lang, talagang si pasahero, kulang. So, sabi sa kuya, sir, mahalat-halat pa ko. Pero minsan sabihin ko sa inyo, pero may iyo, maghalat. Sabi man ni Sander, sir, papabayon tanan niyo ta. Mayo na. Pero nga ko, dapat, ang pasahero po, kaya ang buhay, talagang regular. Regular yan. Talagang, iyo lang yan ang sinasakaya nila. So, aram na po ninda, kung may mga communication po sinda, pigtao mi si number mi sa terminal, ako po mismo pigtatao po. Tapos si dispatcher, pigtatao ko po. Para po, pati si driver ninda, pigtatao. Para po kung halimbawa po, bago sinda magdiyan sa terminal na naaalanganin sinda, nag-aapod po sa kuya, sir, igwa pa po ning biyahe, para dahil na sinda magbuyugan. Pero, si Buhi po, daimi po pigtatawanan ng oras. Hanggang gusto, sige po. Iyo
Okay.
na po, Kagawad.
Thank you.
Salamat.
Thank you, gentleman from Buhi. Any other queries to Mr. De Lubino? So, kumain na po. We thank Mr. Dennis De Lubino. So, next.
Salamat po. Salamat.
Yeah. Mr. Felipe Bio and Ma'am Lily Manubay. Isay po ang, okay, we acknowledge Ma'am Lily Manubay. So, same question po from the members of the committee. Nadangog man garo si mga kahaputan. Please proceed po.
Base po duman sa question ni Kagawad Macaraig, regarding po duman sa mga nawawala or
No,
napiyaan.
baka paribay microphone.
Igwa.
Kailan ko ayos na ang microphone.
aware ka man po ma'am katong mga na-post sa Facebook na
Yes
dakol
po.
nakapirila
Yes
sa
po.
terminal nindo.
Kasi nyaon po ako duman.
Yes po. Sige, please proceed ma'am.
So, arog po katong pighapot po ni ni Kagawad Makaraig regarding po duman sa mga pasahero po na po duman nakakapila na nahiling po garon nga ni nindo na grahalabaon sa pila. Anyway, katupong daipa nagakaigo po ning arog kaning krisis kita. Arog na po talaga yan, may pila. Kasi ang jeep po, may may minutes sinda maglarga. So, pero po ngunya na nagkaigo kita ng krisis, ang nangyari po, so ibang driver, habo na magbiyahe. Kasi pag naglarga po kay sinda, ang sarong larga ninda is, makukuha lang ninda is 650. Okay? 650, halion ta dyan si gasolina, so diesel ninda, so terminal fees, and then kung ano pa itong, pagkakaninda. So ang matatada po kayan, mayo. So kaya ang ginigibo po tapo ngunyan, pinapakiulayan ko si mga driver na sleep naga, like yung Tamban, jeep, or si Roma na mga jeep, kung pwede sinda maglarga. Ang iba po, okay man, kaya lang so iba talagang dai po. Kasi ang pagpabalik po kay ninda, mayong pasahero, so dai na. Anyway, last Monday, April 6. So grabe po baga ang pila duman. Iyo po ito ang primero ming nagka-problema kami. Kasi kulang talaga si mga jeep na malarga pa pa Calabanga. But the following day, nagpadara po ang LGU kang Calabanga ning duwang coaster and sarong truck. So ang sabi po katong taga LGU Calabanga, hanggang may krisis po nyaon sinda maantabay sa muya. So iyan po ang tigtao man po sa muya na kang LGU Calabanga. And likewise man po kang Subanggi, igwa naman po pinadara ang LGU Bombon.
Sige po.
LGU Bombon. Yan po.
There is a question from the Honorable Gail Gomez.
Ay, Maray na aga po. Ini pong biyahe na sinasabi mo, itong pigpapadara, for example, si LGU Calabanga, nagtaoning support na transportation. Hanggang anong oras po yun?
Ang biyahe ta po ning Calabanga is hanggang 9. Okay? After po kayan, may mga may mga pasahero pa kitang nag-aarabot. Like mga nagatrabaho sa mga SM, LCC, arag kayan. So hanggang 10 o'clock po. And then inimong pong mga haling LGU Calabanga and Bombon, pinapatago po kang dispatcher. Pinapatago muna. Mahapot po kamo ta pinapatago. Kasi yung mga pasahero po na naglalaog sa terminal ta, syempre itong mga nakapila po duman na jeep, duman na sinda sa libre. So kaya ang ulay mi katong mga taga LGU Calabanga, kung pwede mga before 10 saka ka magduman. Sa nganing daiman maano sa mga pasahero kasi sa mga pasahero ay ibang libreng sakay, mahalat-halat. So, iyan man ang kang mga driver kata sa Calabanga.
Opo. Pero, ano pong chance na maka-inform? Ini po, hali po sa reports, tutok po ako sa Ateneo.
Opo.
May klase ako hanggang alas 9 ning Banggi. Nagre-request pirmi ang mga estudyante na kung pwede mag-dismiss na ning 8:30 para makahabol ning last trip. So, ini po na-mention si Calabanga, pero na-mention itong nagpadara ning support na transportation. Na-mention po ang pili, na ang pili dati 4 na jeep, ngunyan 2 na lang, pero may bangko sa tahaw. So, intindihan taman po sa sitwasyon, and willing man kami na mag-dismiss ning amay para sa inda. Pero igwa man gitaray da po kayang dahil nakakahabol. Talagang siguro mayo na. Ang nangyayari, tama po itong sabi ni Sir, maarikila ng tricycle, ang saro na rate na nasabi 500 pesos. So mabarangaan sila, tig 100. Sa estudyante po, magabat ang 100. Di gabos makaka-afford ka iyan. Ano na po ni several reports na from different teachers na nag-uurulay kami. halos gabos na kami po mga may pambanggi iyo ang concern. Kaya minsan, minsan pero some of us talaga, tiga-adjust mi si class time. Ma-raise na rin nga ni kaming kang concern sa university na kung pwede si mga arog kaya na oras, maging lenient na pwedeng online na. Pero baka si compromise din po na what if may mga maestra na dahil nag-a-adjust kang oras. So may certain number of students po na arog kaya ang concern. Ang samo po kaya, inot kung nag-aarki lang tricycle, mahal, magastos ito sa inda. Sunod si safety ninda na kung dahil na makapuruli sa padudumanan. Iyo po. Thank you po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor. Before, Ma'am, Councilor Gail, anong oras po si dismissal from Ateneo?
Mr. Chair is 7:30 to 9. So 9 o'clock.
9
Pero
o'clock.
ang expected kaya 9 o'clock pero luwas pa lang classroom. Oo.
So, Ma'am, anong oras po, Ma'am Lily? Anong oras itong last trip?
10 o'clock po.
10 o'clock.
But anyway, ma'am, may nakiulay po sa ko from Ateneo. And nag-ano kami ng jeep na yung ano po, yung mga eskwela haling Ateneo going to Calabanga and then Ateneo to Pili. Ayun. So nag-ano po kami ng jeep. So may nakaulay na po si mga kang Ateneo na for exclusive lang for Ateneo students. So, iyan po ang mangyayari by this week po. Iyan
Sige.
po.
Okay. Ladies first, the regional president of the Liga ng mga Barangay, Councilor Ason Peñaplo.
Thank you po, Mr. Chair. Saro ng pong reparo. Kasi hali ko na po kaya nahiling dyan sa mga imol. May po sa terminal po ang mga pasayro. Saka alawigon ang linya. Marisa na po kung ngayon natagid, pag tag-uran makairahon lang po na alawigon ang linya. Tapos pag-abot ang sarong jeep, dikit sa naman na makasisi, tama sa naman. Sa may imol po. Pirmi na po yan. Papuntang ka naman sa Kamagaraw.
Yeah. Mahaputalagod kay Ma'am Lily. Ma'am, iyang bang biyaheng Kanakman and Magaraw na pigre-repair ni Councilor Peñaplor na nakapila sa may imol, sako panindo yan?
Dai po. Actually po arag kani kadto po paabot mi na po yan digdi sa Sanggunian. Kaso parang tinawan sinda ning special yata na makadyan sa sentro. So iyan po ako ngani po na may sadiri kang terminal makulog sa boat ko na yung mga pasahero nakapirila duman. And then tama po yung sabi ni Kagawad Aso na kung arog kayong tag-uran, syempre sindang maanohan duman. Anyway, mayo po ako kayo magiginibo kasi ang sabi po ninda, pigtugutan po baga ngaya kami kang syudad na maglaog sa sentro. So yan po. And then ang
So ito pong Kanakman and Magaraw,
lang
dahil
po.
na napila sa inyo.
Actually po, ang ginigibo ninda, pag nag 4 o'clock na, maluwas si Sinda. Going to na Sinda, sentro. Pero ang pagkaaram ko po, ang urulay kayan, makuaning pasayro sa sentro, dadarahon sa terminal, and then so nasa terminal, iyong ma-dispass pa Kanaman or Magaraw po. So arag kayan. Kaya lang, ngunyan, ang nangyayari, gabos na niya na po sa sentro. And then, pangduwa po na concern me, ito po bagang mga kolorom na tricycle, saro po yan sa mga kang mga jeepney kang Calabanga. Kasi iga po ang ginigibo ang mga kolorom na tricycle na door to door. Halimbawa ako, eskwela from Calabanga, mabayad ako ng 100, hali sa Harongme, diretso ng Ateneo. So daog na po si mga si mga driver kang jeep kasi mas dakol po ito.
So we call po the attention of the PSO regarding that matter.
Thank you po.
Okay. Councilor Aris Macaraig, then Councilor Frank Mendoza.
Yes, ma'am. Siring man po kasi suggestion na kung pwedeng maglagiraray ng information material or tarpaulin regarding the time of the last trip. Iyo po nga niyan, tas si mga estudyante taday man tuod may last trip na dati si gawi ninda. So since po dahil sa crisis kay puwan taon po maghigot, para lang din po ma-inform sinda na may last trip kita 10 o'clock and si commitment man po ali sa mga operators na sufficient number should should really be present at that time.
Available.
They po pwedeng magsabi na ay nagkulang kayo sa road. They have to make up for it. Ang napapabayaan po si mga pasahero na data man po ay gusto yan mangyari. Sa kahuri pong komento, igwa po kayo sa ordinansa nindo, kansi permit po nindo. Nakalagdo man, dapat napapalibutan ng kahoy ang northbound terminal. Last year may narisa po kaming pigpurutol ito. And kang tigpadumanan mi po kang city environment, ang sabi, sugoda po kang management. Ngunyan, ang nakalag po kayo sa ordinansa, dapat may mga kahoy palibot kang northbound terminal.
Ano lang po, Garo, pig-trim lang po kasi itong bagyo yata.
Opo. Pinutol po siya sa Tahaw.
Oh.
So,
sa may sign po naman.
Sa may gate, sa may kudal po nindo.
Sa may kudal may
Purutol po ito. Nasa loob po kang kudal si mga kahoy. Pinurutol po ito. I don't know kung nabuhay. So, just to remind po na kung magadan, we have to replant. Nasa condition po yan kang ordinance, kang permit po nindo, na may kahoy dapat po ito. Sige po. Yun lang po. Salamat.
Thank you po.
Please take note po, pertaining to the tree and also ito pong signage
po
on the last trip. Okay. Councilor Frank Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Nalingaw ko na.
Pass mo na.
Sige. Okay. Okay. Again, the Honorable Ason Peñaflor.
Igwa pa kayo isa.
Ang hapon ko lang po ngunyan, ipot na, kasubago pong sa kong obserbasyon na, ano po ang dapat ang gibunduman, ma'am? Dahil po, actually, nahiling ko mga estudyante po kang UNC, ang mga yung duman, kung sa ina, imbis makawali ning amay, dahil po, tamahalat na naman katong ning jeep para makasakay sinda. Alabi ko talagang maray, halo-halo na po yan na pangyayari dyan, kaya po na makahirakon talaga. Sana po, igo kitang gibun paagi kung paano po yan na ma-organize po ang mga aruga na jeepney na masingan ipagtugutan sa sentro. Pero siguro limitado sa naman po kung kadakon na pong estudyante nagsimple nag-antabay tapos di man makukuha paano na po to. Paki ano lang po, paki tawaning atensyon kung paano po.
Thank you.
Ma'am Lily, respond to Councilor Peñaflor.
Iyo nga ni po yan, sir, na daimi po makontrol sinda. Kasi nga ni po, ang reason ninda is tinugutan da sinda. So, yan ang permi ko pong pigaano sa inda na dapat, naong ka mo sa loob kang terminal kasi nasa loob po ba kang northbound, Kanaman, Magaraw, Calabangat, Tinambak.
But then you said a while ago na arrangement lang ito na may jeep na makuha pero masakay mangira rest terminal.
Iyo po. Dapat po talaga.
So dapat itong impose mo duman sa mga operator for Kanaman and Magaraw para dai mag-congest itong pasahero digdi sa duman sa may part kang Imol. Okay. Follow up, Councilor Peñaflor.
Pero po, mayo sa realidad na makuha ng jeep dadaron sa terminal. Pwede man sana mag-tricycle na lang. Baka pwede na po ipagbawal na po ang jeep ng Lagning Sentro dahil pwede man sana magduma ng mga estudyante.
On the background, Councilor Peñaflor, si request po kaya iyang katong mga taga Kanaaman and Magaraw na instead mag-double ride. Kung masakay pa sindang tricycle from Sentro to terminal, another P. Kaya ang pakiulay na maglaog digdi sa sentro itong mga jeep para one ride lang sinda.
Excuse me, saro lang po.
Sige po.
Kung pwede daw, gibang pong paagi na magigwa namang maski po ni dikit na shade kasi talagang mainito, mauranan, nagsasakripiso duman sa gilid na ito kang atubangan kang imon. Aloy na po yan, bako lang po garong 5 years, more than years na talagang grabe-grabe na. Kaya po, makulugan na sa paghiling sa buot na kada kung duman mga estudyanteng nauran na, nainit na, hirak na.
On our part na siguro yan, bako na kang terminal.
Luwas na po yan sa may.
Councilor Frank Mendoza.
Mr. Chair, actually, my only intent is to confirm iya pong arrangement na nalaog sa sentro ang Kanaman. For the same reason as the chair has stated, na haran yun ang Kanaman sa Naga. That started kantay pa ni Mayor Jess na pinapalaog silang. Urulay po kayan, pagali sa Kanaman, malaog sa sentro. Ngayon din ito mangyaring ma-double ride pa na mababa sa terminal, mapa-sentro, masakay na naman.
Yes po.
Malaog sa sentro, ma-unload pasahero, ma-pick up pasahero, laog sa terminal. Ipapalis itong pasahero.
Iya po.
Ang nangyari kaya ngunyan, halik sa terminal, mapa-sentro, mapila, dumana nagta-terminal sa area kang Barlin,
Iya po.
E-Mall, bako pong arrogance arrangement. From Magaraw o Kadakman, diretsong sentro, unload, pick up, palis sa terminal.
Iya po.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sige. Councilor Jess Albius, and then Councilor Melvin Ramon Benape.
Chair, hapot ko lang kay Mrs. Manlang, Manubay.
Manubay po.
Bali, nag-igwa na po kita ng adjustment sa itong daily schedule kang trips.
Mayo po. Kung ano po itong ninda, yung largada ninda, same pa din po.
Baka po mas maray na since kung kadikit ang nagbabiyahe, i-extend kung every hour si dati, kung every 1.5 hours, para siguradong si masunod na biyahe, panok talaga siya dahil igwa ng siguradong pasahero na maabot. Pwede ta pong makonsider ang araw kayan, tanganing ma-ensure man po na si mabiyahe, talagang panok si sa iyang pagbiyahe. Instead na kung every hour baga, pero dahil siguradong panok siya, kung i-anota siyang may interval na 1.5 hours, mas mapapamaray po garo sa mga drivers, siriman sa pasahero.
Opo. Actually, kagawad, ang ginigibo po ngunyan, lalo na ngunyan po na nagkaigo kita nga ng krisis, ang ginigibo po ng Kalabanga, pag nyaon na ang mga pasahero, sige na po ang larga. Pano kang jeep, mahali, may nakasunod na, pano, diretsyo na po, har na po kayan. So, nakita ning ngayon kung baga 15 minutes na malaga, no. Basta, pano na po ang jeep, malarga na, may nakasunod, har na po kayo ng ginigibo.
Sige po. Ano po ang arrangement sa LGU with regards sa ipapadara ninda mga transport vehicle?
Actually, may po kaming arrangement. Kasi, parang may mga kalabagin news na naghagad sa indaning ning tabang. So iyan po ang ginibo. Nagpadara si Mayor kang Kalabanga ning libreng sakay.
Siguro po mas maray kung kasi kampik sabi ni Councilor Karaig, obligation po kan sarong terminal management na i-ensure na si mga pasahero naman makikater si sa indang pagbiyahe pa uli. Kung maka-igo po kita ng communication sa mga LGUs kasi hirap man po baga pag na-stranded sa terminal. So mas maray po na igwang arrangement with the LGU na kung araw kaning oras itong may na pong regular na mabiyahe talaga, let's say sabi mo po nga pigpapatago mo na sa mga behikulo ali sa LGU kasi otherwise naman masakay sa libre.
Yes.
Kung itong may na pong schedule, kung 10:30 PM po yan, then, iyon na po yan ang arrangement sa LGU na by 10:30 PM, ma-pick up sinda ka mga pasahero na may ng biyahe.
Okay po. Last night po, hali ako duman sa sa terminal, mga around 10 o'clock. Sumayo naman po siyang pasahero. Naghali so LGU Kalabanga, 2 lang po si pasaherong nakuha niya. So, kaya ngunyan po, kumbaga, nag-ano na po si mga pasahero talaga na pag halimbawa araw kaning oras, nyarao naman sinda. So mayo man pong nawawalat duman sa terminal na pasahero ngayon na kasi parang ang style po kang LGU Kalabanga para silang sweeper ba. Na sinda pag mayo na talaga, sinda na po ang malaog. Sarog man lang po kayan.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Doc Jess Albius. Councilor Omar Benape.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sa hiling ko, Mr. Chair, na-exhaust naman ang gabos kahaputan para kay Ma'am Manubay na kaibanan si Mr. Felipe Bio. Hindi pong sasabihin ko para sa gabos na lang na operator ka mga terminal. Natong ko na igwang mga nawawala at minsan ta nag-i-enjoy pa manigis-sanaga ng mga pasahero. So, mapatabang na lang po kami mag-remind lalo na duman sa mga minors, naligay po sa Naga, may curfew kita para sa mga minors. Kaya po alas 10, marayo na sila dyan sa mga public places. Kaya po, yun lang po yan. Mahagad kaming tabang na i-remind man sila. Takaling next time din na talaga sila nababayaan. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Omar Benepe. Before that, thank you, Ma'am Lily. Tawanta lang na pong dikit na minuto. Thank you, Ma'am.
Thank you.
Be excused, Ma'am Lily. Tawanta lang pong opportunity. Si Mr. Pio Samonte from the southbound terminal. So, same ko yan po. Same questions arise po kasubago.
Good morning po, Honorable Chairman and sa gabos po mga konsyal kang Naga. Maray na aga po sa Indo Gabos. Actually po, honestly, apektado po kita gabos kang nangyayaring iniyo. And gusto ko pong ipaabot, especially po sa mga councilors na ini pong bagay na ini, arami man pong may kasagkuran ini. But kami po nga ni sa partikang southbound terminal, nagigibo man po kami ng mga measures na di maapekturan itong mga pasahero, especially sabi ni Honorable Councilor Macaraig na paminsan-minsan nagkakaigwa po ng pagpila kan si mga pasahero. Totoo po yan, pero sa parte mi po sa southbound terminal, nagibo po kaming measures na kahit ma-delay, nadidelay po talaga dahil almost 50% po sinagpundo kang pagbiyahe. Bako po sa pagpundo na habo na nila magbiyahe, kundi mayo na po talaga. Di kaya kang diesel tangon yan, sa parting ngunyan. Pigilimi po yan na nagbawas po sila, nagpaaram sa Samuyan na 50% si mabiyahe. Pero, nadidelay po siya, pero nakakaabot po sila duman sa sendang destinasyon. Sa oras po ng Banggi, kaya lang po medyo late evening na po siya nakakatapos.
Anong oras po itong last trip sa Saindo, sa southbound?
Actually, every route po may mga kanya-kanya sindang pigsumiti na last trip base po sa...
For purposes lang po itong mga mabiyahe sa southbound. Anong oras sila dapat makaabot sa terminal?
Before mag-9 po, kasi 9 p.m. po talaga totally mayo na. Mayo na siya ng biyahe. And then minsan po, si mga chairman po kang cooperative or corporation, so nagpapabiso po kami na kung mayo na sinda mag-aapod sa Samuya or kami po naapod sa Sainda for the purpose po na makapagtaumang kami ng plano kung ano sigigibuhon mi para makaabot po ito.
Maski po before the crisis, 9 o'clock na talaga itong last na biyahe nindo?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
So as compared duman sa eastbound and northbound na 10 p.m. sa Indo, 9 p.m.
Actually po, yan sinasabing last trip na yan, pero igwa pa po yan nangyayari mga special trip. Sakod po na igwang pasahero duman, especially ang kadaklan po kayan, tama itong sabi ni Mr. Dilubino na ini kaya mga kaakianta, dahil nag-aaram kung anong oras na, lalo na kung nag-i-enjoy, nalilingaw sinda na mayo na palang biyahe, and then mapush sa media, na nabayaan kami kang biyahe. Pero pag hiniling naman po ninda ang oras na medyo 10 plus na nga ni, saka lang sila nasabi ang iyo palan, mayo na palang
just
kami
the same po, so as suggested by the Honorable Macaraig, makilaag po ning signage na araw kaning oras ang last trip mi para day man ka mabasol once na late sinda, bako nindong kasalan.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman, gabos po na ruta, nakapaskil po duman ang first trip sa kan last trip ninda.
Okay.
Naka-indicate po yan, required po yan kang LTFRB.
Sige po. Okay. Any other question? Kung may na, we thank Mr. Pio Samonte and to all the terminal manager from BCS, eastbound, northbound, and southbound.
Thank you.
Mabalos po. The gentleman from Concepcion Grande, the Honorable Nathan Serio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bago ako mag-motion katong pighalatang motion.
Okay.
Gusto
Please
ko lang
proceed.
balikan si problema na dangog ko, itong pig-race ni Mrs. Manubay na naapektuhan man sa operations nila dyan sa northbound. Itong mga nagdeterminal na sa sentro. bagaro bako na yan si original na urulay kan linaugang kang gobyerno. Ano? Ang enforcement kan, Mr. Chair, nasa kamot kang lokal na gobyerno kang Naga, dahil ta ilaom sa
Terminal.
taluwas to sa jurisdiction nila. And siguro, may paipod ta tulusi ko niyan, habang nagre-recess, si taga-peso na ma-actionan man yan. Garuta man lang tinitilok ang operation sa northbound terminal because of that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Nathan Serio.
Ay,
Councilor Aris Macaraig.
Si Recess. Teka na.
May da, sir. Mr. Chair, ano to, sir? May aswang. Mr. Chair, first, regarding the concern of Ma'am Manubay, and all others, we are, the Sangguniang Panglungsod is open to receive suggestions for purposes of legislation. Kung may nahaling po kita ning sarong parte na kaipuhan ng legislasyon, ipaabot po tulo sa muya ang Transport Committee Chairman ta po si Councilor Omar, so that matawan ta po ning solusyon. But initially, my suggestion is maglaag po ning inspector sa boundary kang Kanaman Naga to flag down or check kung nag-agi ba sa terminal yang hali sa LCC. And you are allowed to do that since you have the jurisdiction over the terminal. It does not actually limit you within the vicinity of the terminal, ma'am, since you are authorized to conduct the terminal operation. So any threat or any action that derogates that power given to you by the city, you have the right to protect po. So an inspector is proper and it is not prohibited. Thirdly, Mr. Chair, regarding the snacks, may I give the floor to the gentleman from Barangay Concepcion Grande, Mr.
Before the motion for a recess, again we thank Mr. Nonoy Reporsado, Ma'am Lily Manubay, Mr. Felipe Bio, Mr. Dennis Dilubino, and Mr. Pio Samonte and Leopold Del Rosario of LCC Terminal. And we directed the Secretariat to invite Mr. Rene Gumba to attend during our break for the concern of the terminal at Bagumbayan Sur, the northbound terminal. So, Councilor Nathan Serio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nag-abot na talaga, Mr. Chairman, subalaog kan mal-reduce. I move for recess.
The session recess.
We are requesting for urgent matters to be included under special business and order. A request for the passage of a resolution adopting and approving the attached City Development Council Executive Committee Resolution number 2026-4, updating the local disaster reduction management investment plan for calendar year 2026.
As item number 6 of the special business or order.
Second.
Councilor Jess Albius.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Earlier, Mr. Fred San Juan of the San Juan Labrador Homeowners Association of Barangay Balatas approached me and request as follow-up on the barangay resolution requesting the good congressman of the 3rd District for infrastructure project in situ Iwid. It was calendared last February 18 during the 31st regular session, but was calendared under the other matters. So may I move that this matter be taken out from the records and be included in the special business of order so that the Sangguniang Panglungsod resolution be approved on this matter.
Any second? So the matter is calendared item as item number 7 of the special business or order. The Honorable Aris Macaraig.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a in view of the manifestations and information received from the respective managers of terminals in Naga City, Mr. Chair, on joint and collective, Mr. Chair, may I move that a resolution be passed by the Sangguniang Panglungsod, reiterating the matters taken up, such as mandating that the terminals post in at least 2 conspicuous places the first trip and the time of the last trip of each route in the terminal, and second, to also include in the said information material the reiteration of the curfew time for minors in Naga City, and third, to suggest any violation, report, or comment to be directed to the Public Safety Office, the Maynaga app, or the Sangguniang Panglungsod. So moved, Mr. Chair.
In the second.
Second.
As item number 1.3, 1.2 and 1.3 of the unfinished business.
Pre, isa sa eskwelahan.
Mr. Chairman, I also received another inclusion under new business, a proposed ordinance from the Honorable Jefferson Felix and Maria Corazon Peña Flor, entitled an ordinance institutionalizing the Naga City Barangay Support Fund and establishing a governance framework for its allocation, utilization, implementation, and accountability. So, Mr. Chairman, for its inclusion under new business.
Any second? Item number 12 of the new business. 13. Item number 13 of the new business. Next item, we go back to special business or order.
As item number 6 of the special business or order, the request, the communication from the Office of the City Mayor requesting for the passage of a resolution authorizing, I accept. Authorizing for the passage of a resolution adopting and approving the CDC Executive Committee Resolution number 2026-004, updating the local disaster risk management investment plan for calendar year 2026 by incorporating the programs projects and activities to be funded from the unexpended local disaster risk reduction management fund for calendar year 2025 or the special trust fund in the amount of 34,114,216 and 90 centavos.
The gentleman from Barangay Libuton and the chairman of the Committee on Disaster Risk and Management, the Honorable Alan Reese Macray.
May surat kay Mayor. SBO na lang palang ganyan.
The requested disposition is for the passage of a resolution. This was the
Nalaog palang kaya.
CDC Execom resolution pertaining to the LDRRM fund.
Mr. Chair, may I move that the Sangguniang Panglungsod pass a resolution adopting and approving the CDC Executive Committee Resolution number 2026-004, updating the Local Disaster Reduction Management Investment Plan for calendar year 2026 by incorporating programs, projects, and activities to be funded from the unexpended Local Risk Reduction Management Fund for calendar year 2025 in the amount of 34,114,216.90, Mr. Chair. So moved, Mr. Chair.
Any second?
Before the approval.
The Honorable
Mr. Chair,
Nathan Serio.
May I request that the details of that
May I request the Secretariat to flash on screen the details of the approved CDC resolution.
Saan gagamitin itong 34? Sige pa, baba pa. O yan. Si source pa sana yan.
This is the unexpended LDRR fund and the following are the proposed expenditure.
Santa Cruz. Sa preparedness lang.
The Honorable Gil Rosales.
May we know the urgency of this matter? It was just handed out today, this very morning. We haven't had a chance to peruse the document entirely. Perhaps it would be more prudent for us to refer this matter to the Committee on Appropriation.
Any comment? There is a suggestion. There is a pending motion for the approval unless the main proponent, the Honorable Aris Macray, withdraw his motion.
I remember attending that meeting, Mr. Chair. Unless the good chairman or acting chairman of the Committee on Appropriations would like to discuss this, I maintain my motion, Mr. Chair.
On the part of the Committee on Appropriation, we will welcome if we will discuss this. But given the urgency request from the City Mayor, so what is the pleasure of the plenary? The Honorable Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the manifestation of Councilor Rosales that matter be referred to the committee in order for us to be apprised as to the specific justification for each item.
Okay. The Honorable Macaraig. The main motion is for the approval, but there is a suggestion to refer this to the Committee on Appropriation.
May I defer the consideration of the motion, Mr. Chair, and invite the representative from the City Mayor's Office, Mr. Chair.
So we invite a representative from the City Mayor's Office And also Mr. Reyno Rodriguez, the head of the
So,
DRRN.
we differ temporarily.
We defer temporarily this matter. Next item.
Next is the inclusion of Honorable Albios regarding the update request resolution of Barangay Balatas.
The chairman of the Committee on Housing and Settlement, the Honorable Jesse R. Albios.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Barangay Balatas Council approved a resolution requesting road concreting of the relocation site at Sitio Iwid, Zone 6, Barangay Balatas, to the office of the Honorable Congressman Nelson Ligacion, and the request is for the Sangguniang Panlungsod to pass a resolution endorsing the said barangay resolution. So may move on joint collective motion for the passage of a resolution endorsing barangay resolution number 25-055. So move, Mr. Chair.
Second.
On joint and collective motion, we pass a resolution endorsing the resolution of the Barangay Council of Balatas. Next item. Is there an item number 8 of this? So we go back to item number 1 of the unfinished business regarding the inclusion of a proposed resolution by the Honorable Makaray.
Yup.
The Honorable Makaray.
I so move, Mr. Chair, that we pass a resolution mandating the items to be provided by the terminal to be posted in at least 2 conspicuous places within the terminal, Mr. Chair.
Any second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. We approve the proposed resolution. Next item.
Next is we go back to item.
No, there is another item pertaining to the terminal.
Reiterating already the proposed.
Gypsum.
Next is the proposed ordinance.
Before that, Mr. Chair.
Yes, we
Councilor
acknowledge
Jepson is raising his hand.
the SK Federation President,
Thank you.
Councilor Jepson Pelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In relation to the resolution filed by Honorable Makaraig, can we also pass a resolution strongly urging all academic institutions in the city of Naga conducting night classes to adopt earlier class dismissal, preferably not later than 8 o'clock in the evening, and when feasible, to utilize online, hybrid, or other flexible learning modalities for the remaining portion of instruction in light of the current transport constraints and related public safety concerns.
Joint collective.
Before the passage, we calendared first the matter as under
SBO.
special business or order as item number 8.
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
For the main motion, the Honorable Jepson Pelli.
So I move, Mr. Chair, on joint and collective motion.
On joint
Joint
and
collective.
collective motion. Next item.
Next is the proposed ordinance of Honorable Peña Flor and Honorable Felix.
Who will make the motion? Councilor Jepson Felix.
Again, Mr. Chair, pardon, Mr. Chair, what's the...
May we hear from the Secretariat the proposed measure?
for inclusion in the...
No. Previously, a while ago, you included under special business or order a matter jointly authored by the Honorable Corazon Peña Flor.
Mr. Chair, it's a proposed ordinance, Mr. Chair.
That's
under new business, Mr. Chair.
So the matter will be taken up later on. So we proceed to unfinished business.
Next,
But before that, we acknowledge the presence of Mr. Dave Bercasio. Could we go back to
item number 8.
item number 6
Number 6.
of the special business order? The Honorable Aris Makaray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before that, before we ask Mr. Bercasio, the chairman for the Committee on Appropriations was present during the deliberations of this resolution from the City Development Council, and I was also in a meeting regarding some of the matters regarding the allocation of those funds pertaining to disaster risk management. So may we know from Mr. Percasio whether there is an urgency regarding this letter request from the city mayor?
The rules is suspended. We acknowledge the presence of Mr. Dave Percasio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Iyo po, igwang request kay si CDRMC if it's possible for the sanggunian to pass the resolution dahil ito po bagang pasar na resolution kang CDRRMC, ito yan utilization katong dainagastong QRF from last year. So nag-identify po si Council katong nagakapira mga projects kung saan siya gamiton in line with the guidelines na igwang preparedness, igwang response, igwang mitigation. So iyan po si pigahagad kang CDRMC. We understand na if the necessary solution can be passed, it will allow the council to start spending based on the resolution po.
Okay. Questions from the members of the plenary? Councilor Frank Mendoza.
What we are being asked to approve is the investment plan, specifically the local disaster risk reduction management and investment plan, which is the basis for the allocation of the funds. Kumbaga may plano mo na, garo man lang AIP yan bago kita mag-giboning budget. So that that LDRRMIP is equivalent to the AIP for the calamity fund. And that is required for the allocation of such fund. But I have certain queries, Mr. Chair, about the allocation. One, is there a provision for the agricultural sector? Because during calamities, the agricultural sector is one of the most devastated sector in the city.
Mr. Dave Percasio.
Let me just review. It's already also attached. Let me just have a quick review of the projects listed under the resolution of the CDRMC. Sige, as it stands, mayo pong specific program, except po itong replacement po baga kang sa roofing, duman sa kanaraot baga po kaya ito kang bagyo. Yan si sarong urgent request, yan po yan dun sa pinakababa sa disaster rehabilitation. Yun lang po ang specific line worth 822,447, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Mendoza.
Can we request the LDRRMC, the council, to consider including an allocation for the agricultural sector? For instance, for seedlings, for farm inputs, which they would require during calamities. Lalo na po ngunyan na maabot ang possible ng El Nino, they would need additional assistance from the government. Siguro pati na sa irrigation, water pump, the likes.
Mr. Percasio.
Noted po, Mr. Chair. I'm also a member of the CDRMC, so we'll raise this specific suggestion po.
Okay. So we will amend.
Yes, necessarily po, Mr. Chair. There should be some adjustments with the fund, unless another option that we would have, Mr. Chair, is because if you look at the title, the total available fund actually that should be used in terms of the available programs that would be identified, it's 36 million. And now what is available in terms of the programming from the CDRMC is 34 million out of the total 36. So unless the the Sangguniang would allow that we approve the 34 and then a program for the 2 million would be developed by the council, then maybe we can proceed. Otherwise, the CDRMC would have to meet again and come up with specific programs capturing the suggestions earlier, Mr. Chair. CDRMC and then CDC, necessarily.
That could be.
Mr. Chair, can we go line by line?
Yes, po.
Sa 34 lang.
So the first part, Mr. Chair, looks at because we are required to plan whenever there is an unexpended balance from the QRF to look at the 4 areas of programming under the Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Framework. So the first part looks at disaster prevention and mitigation. So what we have here is essentially strengthening our capacity to accommodate our displaced families and individuals during typhoon. So we've noticed na kay Puan i-upgrade si deep well tsaka pump sa Santa Cruz evacuation. Number 2, si roll up po para igdiyo sa Santa Cruz Evacuation Center para dahin na naglalaog si tubig baga pag may nag-evacuate as experienced during the typhoons last year. Number 3, si Naga City People's Hall. May nag-i-iristar man po dyan, pero naglalaog din ng tubig. Tapos, itong padagos na ensure na ego kitang capacity to dredge ini yung satuyang mga waterways. So, yan po ang first part kang satuyang prevention worth 4.2 million. Sa preparedness, Mr. Chair, what we're looking at is pagbakal ning pagpakusog kang satuyang response and rescue. So, nagkakapir ang mga items sa pag-identify po dyan, pati itong mga ropes bagang pigagamit. So, yan po dyan sa first item. Pandua, duwang boom truck, saka itong emergency rescue truck. Ang first part po, ang boom truck, ang explanation kanikang DRR office, while permita siyang ginagamit para baga duman sa pag-trim ka mga kahoy, pero pagkaipon kang opisina, magagamit maninda. Pero primarily, mas extend si capacity to respond to prepare for typhoons. And si emergency rescue, may ano po si Councilor Macaray, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, as of now, if I'm not mistaken, we only have 1 boom truck in Naga City, LGU, being used by the GSD. I think it's from the GSD. But the necessity of the boom truck, pag kadakulon po kayong kaipuan, halion ng mga kahoy, ragpa, mga naraot na auto, necessary po talaga ang boom truck. And that will capacitate the city disaster risk office, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Macaray. Before we proceed, we acknowledge the presence of the CDRRMO head, Mr. Reynor Rodriguez.
With the indulgence po of the body, I may call Reynor to mas may explain niya po kaya si specific projects. Kung okay lang po sa body.
So, we request Mr. Reynor Rodriguez.
Good morning po. So, under disaster, to continue po, under disaster preparedness, yes po, on top po kang sa procurement kang boom truck, actually, we would like also to augment itong kakulangan kang ENRO sa itong pag-maintain po. But sabihin, by schedule na po ang trimming kang branches kang trees, which is actually one of the hazards, especially during the rainy season. Tapos po ining 2 units emergency rescue truck, siya po itong garo army truck kung saan pwede pong mag-load ning more than 20 persons kasi based on experience during Christine, mismo pong si mga trucksta, dahil na po kayang maglaog sa mga areas kung saan dapat maglipat ng tao. So, ini po, ining rescue truck, capable po siya na during onslaught mismo, although hoping na day po mangyari kasi permi po kata duman sa pre-evacuation, pero just in case may need po, may kapasidad po siya na mag-transfer po ng mga tao. At the same time po, kung Ang saro pong challenge, every after typhoon, ito pong pagkuaning mga goods from the warehouse of DSWD. It so happened na ang sato pong mga trucks, they po in good condition to pick up those boxes. Kasi ang kadaklan po, dirty works talaga ang pigpi-perform. So if we can maintain at least for now, 2 emergency rescue, so after po kang raot ning panahon, pag makuha po kita, we can assure ourselves na ugwa po kitang duwang truck na pwedeng magdara po katong mga boxes.
Mr. Chair.
Councilor Aris Makaray.
In addition, Mr. Chair, actually, if we can remember, the Sangguniang Panglungsod authorized the city mayor to enter into a MOA with the DSWD, and that's why we have continuous prepositioning of goods. In fact, as of now, the DSWD again approved that prepositioning of 3,000 boxes. And it's been a week, Mr. Chair, since the approval, pero data pa po makuha sa PLC boxes, tamayo po kita talagang pang transport. It's 3,000 boxes worth of goods from the SWD that will be transported to the Santa Cruz Event Center. May pong available na SWMO truck, and of course, mati po ito. But we have secured one, hopefully madagos na po. So this actually addresses so many concerns because the prepositioning of boxes is a continuous and regular activity, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Macraig. And to add, we experience po baga itong Typhoon Christine na si mobility dahil makaabante itong mga ginigibuta dahil baha. So maybe with this 2 unit of emergency rescue truck would address ito pong concern. You may proceed, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you po. Next slide, please. Okay.
Ambulance.
There is also a need for us to procure 1 ambulance. It is true that our ambulance is only 3-year-old, but based on usage po, halangkawan na si kilometro po niya, and subject po talaga sa wear and tear. And our problem right now, kapag may mga events po na kaipuhan at least 2 from the DRR, we can serve them the event because there is only 1. May saro po pero dilapidated na ito. Actually, based on DOH, dapat po isurrender na. So for now, nilalagan po ng mga gamit. For the record, bakong kakanon tabawal po, bako din dapat tao. So kung may mga, halimbawa po si mga spine board, dumanmig pagkakaag, but generally po, dahil na siya useful itong sarong luma na yaong pa po sa muyangon yan. The fire extinguishers po, actually it was approved last year, so na-deliver na po siya, and yaon na po gabos na mga items digdis sa tuya. Dahil lang po nakabali si pagbayad digdis. Pero na-approve po sa kang CDRMC, kang CDC at the same time, sa SP. Yes po.
Mr. Chair.
Councilor Macaraig.
May fire extinguisher po kita di sa
dapat po ugwan. Nagiling po nga niya ako during the presentation ini po si Sarong Mayo po mismo. Nagpa-distribute na po and saro po ini sa mga priorities. Pero dahil ko po nahihiling, sorry.
sa likod kang sa tuyang security officer.
Ugana po.
Okay.
Pero we have to take note po, we have to invest at least 1/3 of our purchase last year, which what we're discussing right now po. Si mga off-site po, meaning buildings or offices that are not in the vicinity of the main, the City Hall compound po, mayo pa po sinda. So, we'll add up as we go along po. Second or third quarter po kang CDRMC.
Before we proceed, there is a question from Councilor Frank Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yan manangod sa procurement of 1 unit ambulance. I understand na may mga nag-abot sa tuyang ambulance na donated, ali sa PCSO, ali garo sa PAGCOR. Why the need for another ambulance?
Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you po for the inquiry. Actually po, that's the challenge. Based on record, pag dinonate po pala ni DOH kay CHO, they po pwedeng i-transfer. And we must admit, there is a certain office now which has so much of ambulance na with all due respect, they talaga sa exhausted based or compared with our need po. So, yan po. Kung pwede lang po yan, iyo po. There's no need to buy.
So, may we know, Mr. Rodriguez, kung pira ng ambulance assigned to CHO?
Ang aram ko po, tulo.
So, gusto sabihin, the said ambulance cannot be used by DRRM office?
Opo.
Okay. The Honorable Alfredo Jujok, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair, can we go back to the previous slide?
What item?
Under procurement of 2-unit boom truck.
Okay. Boom truck.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, may I know kung may basis pa itong presyo na ito? Are we talking about brand new trucks here?
Yes po, Mr. Chair. Council.
Boom truck.
Boom. How about the 2 units emergency rescue truck?
All brand new po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All brand new
That's
po.
all.
Thank you, Councilor Jujok, no? Any other query? The
Apo.
Honorable Aris Macraig.
Mr. Chair, the ambulance used by the CDRRMO serves a different concern, like accidents, vehicular accidents. And if we are tuning in to COMSEN in the ham radio, whole day po perming may accident. And ang nagre-responde po dyan is the ambulance of the CDRMO, which has a different setup than the setup of the CHO for hospital purposes. So, iba po itong rescue sa hospital use ambulance. Especially po, si mga gamit man po duman sa laog. Iba man po ang tig-cater kang CDRMO. May patok duman, baka nga may chainsaw. But in the regular ambulance, may po kayan. So, there is really a need to have a separate, dedicated ambulance for the CDRMO. And the hospitals, the CHO, will not risk na magpasubli po basta-basta dahil igwaman silang inaabangan ng mga pasyente na din pong oras kung rin magkaka-emergency, serving other purpose. So, there's always a benefit to have more ambulance than a lesser ambulance.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Macraig. Councilor Frank Mendoza.
May tulukit ang ambulance sa City Health Office, siguro tigsararo kada doktor. At any rate, what is lacking in the ambulance? Kung ito man lang mga extractor and other equipment, then we buy the equipment. And we use the ambulance kan City Health Office. Kung may aksidente, na kayo po halimbawa, kunyaw niyan ambulance na yan, ang dapat mag-respond CDRRMO, we let CHO respond. Kung abot nindang ito ang ambulance sa tuya, itaw ta si equipment sa inda, kung may mga araw ka na insidente, apudan sina nag-respond. Saka City Health Office does not really need so many ambulances. Ang kayo po nila, transport vehicle, pambakal bulo, pagduman sa barangay. Pero itong mga emergency travel, dispatch, garo ba ko man sa City Health Office eh. Mas yaon yan sa City Hospital, sa OLI, siguro sa disaster. So, we can probably ask DOH to relax the rule and allow us to deploy their ambulances more productively to other uses. So, with that, Chair, siguro before we purchase that ambulance, explore na muna si option na we ask DOH to allow us such usage.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Frank Mendoza. Councilor Aris Macraig.
Mr. Chair, the point is, kulangan po kulang din po itong sa CHO, kulang pa din po itong tululang na ito. We are serving 210,000 souls in this city. And tulong ambulansya po sa CHO, sarong ambulans, kulang po yan. Kung masurublian po yan, and while we can actually purchase, duman po kita sa mas better option, I believe, is to purchase, to be on the safer side. Dahil minsan po nagsasarabay talaga yan. Nagkakaigwaman po, with indulgence of Councilor Frank, nagkakaigwaman po talagang surublian yan, if available. Pero iyon na po nga nito, time is of the essence sa mga araw kaini yung pagkakataon. Minsan, minuto lang ang mawawara naman po si pagkakataon para duman sa tao. Kaya po, much better if we empower the CDRMO for a safer Naga City, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Frank Mendoza.
Ang reality, talagang kulang. Dahil man yan mabastante. Pero, limitado kayang punduta eh. So, siguro, linguta, sain mas kinakaipuhan. Kung gawa na kitang, sa sa tuyang ambulances, baka man lang CHO1 ang igwa, ang OLI igwaman, ang NCGH igwa, etc. Pati nga ni ang CDRRMO igwaman. Baka pwedeng hilingon ta muna sa inventory, saka deployment kang existing fleet of ambulances considered before we pass judgment on that request for 2 million pesos?
Apo.
2 million pesos for an additional ambulance.
Yeah. Before Mr. Rodriguez. Anyway, the requested action for the Sanggunian is only the approval of the investment plan. So, we might approve the investment plan and later on, pag-ulayan kung necessary ba or kinakaipuhan. Anyway, ang tigre-request pamanlangon yan is the approval of the annual investment plan of the CDRRMO, if the body will allow. Councilor Nathan Sergio and then
Thank you.
Councilor Frank Mendoza.
I agree with the statement of the presiding officer. Ako ang position ko duman sa sinabi ni Councilor Frank. Valid ito. Kundi aproban tayo ni sa actual na purchase, di hold na muna. Tapos exhaust tayo itong
Plan pa man lang ini.
Exhaust si kuana pagkaulayon si DepEd ay DOH na ito paggamit yung mga ambulansya kang DOH. Kung kaipuan kang ko yan, gamiton kang CDRN mo.
Okay.
Pero
Thank you,
Councilor.
Councilor. Thank you, Councilor Nathan Sergio. Councilor Aris Macaraig.
This has already passed the CDC, and this has already passed the CDRRMC, Mr. Chair. 2 councils already passed upon these proposals.
Yes, but there is the approval of the Sanggunian.
That's why if we will look into the basis, Mr. Chair, then the basis is already here in front of us, speaking about the validity of the need, Mr. Chair. So, maybe we can, with the indulgence of Councilor Frank, provide Councilor Frank with the justification for this, including the inventory, but in the meantime, approve the proposed resolution.
Okay. Councilor Frank before the motion, Councilor Frank Mendoza.
The request pending before the Sanggunian is the approval. Approval comes with disapproval. We can approve or approve partially or disapprove. Baka man automatic na may request na approval, ma-approve na kita. It depends on our judgment. Now, it happens that the budget for that investment has already been approved. And because just like our annual budget, we need an AIP. Kung mayang AIP, dahil magagasto. The same reason, kung mayo yan na investment plan, dahil may hero, kaya medyo may problema kung kasusun na itong budget. The budget for that was already approved. So, if we approve that, then tapos na. Diretso na yan. Without satisfying our queries for justification. So, with that, Mr. Chair, I reiterate my proposal that until such time that we are apprised as to the number of units, deployment of the ambulances, we hold in abeyance that specific item.
Councilor, thank you, Councilor Frank Mendoza. Councilor Gail Gomez.
Yes, Mr. Chair, agree with the Honorable Mendoza. In effect, it will say that the Sangguniang approves that all these are our priorities.
Yes, but not for the just the approving the plan, and we could also extend our diligence to look for the possibility for the usage of the other 3 ambulance. But then, since the chairman of the Committee on Disaster Risk is stating that there is a need of another ambulance, since may we know from Mr. Rodriguez how many ambulance assigned at CDRRMO?
For now, functional as an ambulance itself, only 1.
Only 1.
Opo.
So, there is a need for another ambulance.
Opo. If I may share po, there is a dispatch system already being done through the COMSEN, and based on experience, I agree also with the wisdom of our Councilor Frank, about po dun sa fund. Pero ang problema po kaya, may mga request din po kita na travel outside the city, which entails an ambulance to have an overnight stay somewhere. Tapos po ang dispatch po kaya, anbaw ang BMC, dawa po facility, meaning from Mother Seton, for example, to BMC, it takes 2 to 3 hours kasi po pila kaya sa laog kang hospital. So pag may emergency po ang nangyayari, dahil nang nakakadalagan, may instances po nga ni ang duwatang hospital, including the EMS, pareho pong yaon sa emergency pila kang BMC. So, mas magayon po kung ugwatagang another one na provisions na pwede pong makadala, especially if there is indeed, as mentioned by the councilor, na itong vehicular accidents.
Itong mga request for transfer from one hospital to another, isa nagkikater kayo?
Base po sa process na ginibo, pag-arog po kayan, City Health Office, di po mga emergency,
ito lang, dahil na pwede sa Mother Seton, ililipat sa BMC. City Health yan. City Health Ambulance. Itong mga nagre-request for transfer to Manila, outside Naga, isa nagkikater.
Dapat po, may license po kaya dapat si Madaraduman. So, depende po kung critical siya, dapat may nurse siya, EMS po siya. Pero kung dahil po siya critical,
EMS ambulance under Naga City General Hospital.
Opo, Chairman, Mr. Chair. Tapos po, pag, anbawa, dadarahon tama, check up, anbawa po, pig operahan, pig bypass, duman ginibo, pwede po yan City Health, pwede po kami. Pero po, itong process, nadi-destroy siya kapag kulang na po ng ambulance. So, kung si available, dahil ang may control po ngunan si COMSEN, yun na po itong madalagan, especially pag may emergency. That is where the problem enters into the picture. Kasi si emergency po na supposedly ang makuha, this ambulance, dahil kung si available, siya na dapat po ang magkuata or emergency po nga.
So itong restriction kang DOH, paano to na-implement?
Ito pong i-donate, ito pong gamiton, but sabihon, ang magamit po bako ng office kang CHO. So ito pong exclusivity na dinonate siya sa CHO, dapat po CHO lang siya. Kaya ang pipapakiulay mi po, explore mi na po yan, na ipagamit po sa DRR, pero sa CHO pa din, dahil po pwede duman po nakapapel ang document nakaano sa CHO.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Aris Macaraig.
We cannot ask the welfare of the people to wait for this, the importance of this ambulance, Mr. Chair. I'm only hearing 3 ambulances and 1 for the CDRMO, 3 ambulances to the CHO. No other. We have 27 barangays. The ideal is that tiksararo dapat nga na yan eh. But 4, 3 plus 1 plus 1, that would be 5. 5 ambulance for this LGU to run and answer to emergencies, Mr. Chair. I don't see any whimsicality in that. So, in regard with the motion, I'd rather have the division of the House, Mr. Chair.
Okay. before the division of the House. Councilor Gail Gomez.
Mr. Chair, I'm listening to the discussion. Pigpaparabanggit ang City Health Office, Naga City General Hospital, but right now we do not have representatives from those units na pwede man maka-apply sa tuya kang sitwasyon. I am not objecting anything on the proposals. However, Mr.
So you are
Chair,
suggesting to invite a representative from the City
yes,
Health Office?
if I heard it right, nabanggit man po at the start na daiman iniyo arog ka iyan ka-urgent. So baka mas maray, Mr. Chair, na mabalanse ang information. With all due respect to the Chief of the CDRRMO, hagadon taman kung ano ang sasabihon kang City Health Office and the Naga City General Hospital. If we want to discuss this now, Mr. Chair, di iimbitaran ta sinda. If not, we might as well refer this to the committee, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So that's the suggestion of the Honorable Gomez. Councilor Frank Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nasabi ni Raynor na ang pagma-transfer from one hospital to another na ginagamit sa ambulance na.
Apo.
Actually, hali sa dialysis center,
Apo.
kuyan pa, sa tuwi pang ambulance. Pero under DOH regulation, ang mga hospital dapat igwaning ambulance. Ang mga dialysis center dapat igwaning mga ambulance. Pero nangyari, pagkay po ninda, nadalagan sa tuya, kita ang go-to ambulance. So, maybe we can demand from those hospitals na si mga pasyente nila, sina mag-serve kang ambulance requirement. Bakong permida lang sa tuya. Siguro nagtitipid sinda for whatever reason, pero trabaho ninda yan eh. Pasyente ninda yan.
Yeah. Tama po yan, Councilor Frank. However, this would entail cost duman sa patient. Kaya the patient resulted na makiulay sa tuya para makalibre. So that's the reason why igwa po ang mga hospital but may kadagdagan na cost sa patient. Kaya ang nagiging resulta, they request to the city government para malibre. So iyan po ang reason why. And Raynor, Mr. Rodriguez could explain to us further.
Thank you po, Mr. Chair. Opo, tama po itong sinasabi ni Councilor Frank, but it's the exact opposite what is happening in reality. BMC itself, dahil lamang po yan madaraning pasyente from BMC to any mayo da sindang ambulance. Meaning, dahil po naka-design si ambulance sinda para mag-transport ng pasyente from BMC to somewhere. So, permi po yan yaon sa to. Tapos, it costs 1,000 now sa mga private hospitals and they have to wait po for several hours. So, yan si convenience sa to. Garo po ugwa kaya ning ordinance, if I'm not mistaken, na garo some amount of money, garo 500. Pero most often times, libre po talaga ang nangyayari. Kaya, kuminsan, nagsabi po nga niya ako kay Mayor na hilingon itong check-up din going to Manila. Tako minsan, nagiging private vehicle na kita na bigsasakayan po kita. Tapos, halos kita gabos po ang nagpo-provide.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. So we decide one option is to refer this to the appropriate committee and also to invite in the committee hearing the representative from the City Health Office and the Naga City Hospital. Second, we decide now and we have a division of the House. Councilor Ason Peñaflor.
With na magbakat po din magdagdagan pang ang ambulance. Then po, kung ko po kitang 12,000 na population, we have only 5 ambulance. To divide it, igwagarong 40,000 na sarong ambulance lang ma-serve. Sa kapot akong tama itong sabi po ni Mr. Rodriguez na kung nagpapamanila po ang ambulance, minsan parang aldaw po yan na inakabalik. So, siguro kadakol pangangai po ang syudad. As you have said before na kung 200,000 population, i-divide mo po, 40,000 ang i-cater po kang sarong ambulance. Garo, masakiton po na isipon po na kadakol na po. At po, sa barangay ni po, mayo po kami rescue vehicle na para po sa Arukian. minsan po na-experience ko po na mag-abot ng ambulance. Minsan itong pasyente po nagada na lamang dahil pa nag-abot si ambulance. So, sad to say na dahil dahil sa kakulangan po ng facility kang ambulance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ason Peñaflor. So aside from the procurement of 1 unit ambulance, igo pa po bang contested item and this proposed submitted by the CDRRM and CDC? May
Do I have to present po or
kung may question na lang siguro. Ini po si next item on the submitted list.
Motion.
So we have to come up to a decision first, either to refer this to an appropriate committee or to decide this matter today. What's the pleasure of the body? Councilor Gil Rosales.
Mr. Chairman, the main motion of the Honorable Macarig was for the approval.
Yes.
And the subsidiary motion of the Honorable Gail Abunal Gomez was to refer this to the committee. We first settle the matter of the subsidiary motion before settling the main motion.
Yes. Okay.
So we vote on whether we refer it to the committee first.
May we know from the body if we will refer this to an appropriate committee? Who's in favor to refer this to the appropriate committee? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So, who is not in favor? 1, 2, 3. So, in the votes of 7 in favor and 3 against, we refer this to an appropriate committee.
Which committee?
Mr. Chair.
Okay.
May I just state my my vote? We have no question as to the purchase of 1.4 million worth of snacks sa marilinig ng drainage. But we are referring to a committee because without that an ambulance is required as of this point in time, Mr. Chair. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Councilor Frank Mendoza.
just to clarify my position, I have no objection to an additional ambulance, even 10 additional ambulance. But we have to be clarified as to why we have to buy another ambulance. Di man pwedeng kaipuan. So, totoo lang, kadakol kitang kaipuan eh. Pero dapat, maliwanag sa tuya kung tanong ta, iyan ang pinaka-kaipuan.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Frank Mendoza. So we refer this matter to the committee. What committee? The Committee on Appropriation. Sole committee or joint committee? The Committee on Appropriation together with the Committee on Disaster Risk and Management. The lead committee is the Committee on Appropriation. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. The rules resume. Next item.
Next, under unfinished business, is a letter dated April 6 of Punong Barangay Gerald Rito of Barangay Grande, transmitting Barangay Ordinance Number 1 of the Barangay Council of Concepcion Grande.
We refer this to the Committee on Laws and Ordinances and request the comment from the City Treasurer's Office. Next item.
Next is the joint committee report of the Committee on Organizational Development and Review and the Committee on Appropriations, held last March 30.
The chairperson of the Committee on Organizational Development and Review, the Honorable Hilda Gail Abunal Gomez.
Mr. Chair, for the Committee on Organizational Development and Review, joined with the Committee on Appropriations, may I request acknowledgement of this report?
Your report is duly acknowledged.
The committee hearing was held last March 30. We had a quorum, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
Okay, the item is a proposed ordinance authorized by the Honorable Francisco M. Mendoza institutionalizing social protection and welfare benefits for job order and contract of service personnel of the City Government of Naga. May I go to the disposition, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
The committee resolved to elevate the matter to the Sangguniang Panglungsod and to recommend that copies of the revised proposed ordinance be furnished to the City Legal Office, City Human Resource Management Office, City Accounting Office, and the City Budget Office for their comments and recommendations. So move, Mr. Chair.
Any second?
Resolved further to direct the City Human Resource Management Office to submit a detailed report on the status of job order and contract of service personnel of the City Government of Naga. So move, Mr. Chair.
Any second?
The second item is a proposed ordinance authored by the Honorable Gil G. Rosales establishing a personnel rationalization policy and regulating the engagement of job order and contract of service personnel in the City of Naga. May I go to the disposition, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
Upon the request of the proponent, the committee resolved to defer consideration of the matter and to request the comments of the City Legal Office and the City Human Resource Management Office, as well as the consolidated report of the I-Governance Office based on the comments gathered from the publication of the proposed ordinance under the I-Engage program. So move, Mr. Chair.
Any second? Any comment? Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
That ends the report, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gail Abunal Gomez. Next item.
Next is the committee report of the Committee on Laws and Ordinances for the hearing dated March 26.
The chairman of the Committee on Laws and Ordinances, the Honorable Gil Rosales. Your report is duly acknowledged.
There was a quorum. The first item is a letter dated March 2 from Punong Barangay Angelo Benjola of Barangay Igualdad, transmitting Barangay Ordinance number 2025-7 and 2025-10 for review of the Sangguniang. May I proceed to the disposition?
Yes,
Mr.
please.
The committee resolved to recommend to the plenary the passage of a resolution declaring valid Barangay Ordinance number 2025-7 entitled An Ordinance Promoting Cleanliness and Environmental Protection in Barangay Igualdad, Naga City. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any second? Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
The second Barangay Ordinance for the disposition, finding that the penalty of the second offense provided in the Barangay Ordinance is beyond authority of the Barangay to impose, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod the return of the matter to Barangay Igualdad for further revision. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any second? Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
The second item is a letter dated March 4 from Punong Barangay Ruben Limbo, transmitting Barangay Ordinances number 2026-1, 2026-2, 2026-3 for review of the Sangguniang. May proceed for the disposition of the first ordinance.
Yes, please.
On Barangay Ordinance number 2026-3, entitled An Ordinance Designating the Primary Route at Green Valley, Barangay Pacol, Naga City, including Quezon Avenue as one-way, regulating parking and delivery hours, providing pedestrian safety and other measures for its management. The committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang the passage of a resolution declaring valid Barangay Ordinance number 2026-3, entitled, Mr. Chairman. I so move.
Second.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is hereby approved.
On the second Barangay Ordinance, entitled An Ordinance Imposing Regulations on the Operation of Billiard and Pool Halls within Barangay Pacol, for the disposition, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang the passage of a resolution declaring valid the said barangay ordinance, subject to the submission of the revised ordinance incorporating the minor revisions recommended during the hearing. I'm not sure if
I understand that there is already a revised copy
Yes, Mr.
submitted
Chairman.
by Barangay Pacol.
So considering the submission, I so move, Mr. Chairman, for the passage of this
Second.
proposal.
Second.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is hereby approved.
Similarly, Mr. Chairman, on the third barangay ordinance entitled An Ordinance Strengthening the Prohibition on the Use, Sale, and Distribution of Tobacco Products, Heated Tobacco Products, Vapor Products, and Alcoholic Beverages to and by minors, establishing smoke-free and vape-free environments. Mr. Chairman, for the disposition, finding the need to incorporate the recommendations regarding the penalty provisions of the barangay ordinance, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang to return the matter to Barangay Bacol for necessary revision. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? The said matter will be returned to the Barangay Pacol.
Mr. Chairman, while the said barangay resubmitted the revised copy of their approved ordinance pertaining to the use, sale, and distribution of tobacco products to minors, the recommended changes were not minor, so there's a need to conduct another hearing for that purpose.
So we refer the matter to the Committee on Laws and Ordinances.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the next item, the proposed ordinance authored by the Honorable Alan Rees Macaraig providing mechanisms for online reports of violations. The committee resolved to defer consideration of the matter considering the absence of the proponent.
The said matter will be carried again to the Committee on Laws and Ordinances.
The fourth item is the proposed ordinance authored by the Honorable Gilda Gail Abunal Gomez institutionalizing the annual LGBTQIA+ commitment ceremony in the city of Naga, providing guidelines for its implementation and for other purposes. For the disposition, Mr. Chairman, may I proceed?
Yes, please.
On motion of the Honorable Gilda Gail Abunal Gomez, the committee resolved to defer consideration of the proposed ordinance pending submission of the revised draft. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Any second? So we'll await to the revised copy of the proposed ordinance. And may we know if this is already published in the iEngage program? Already. So
check, Mr. Chair.
We request the iGov office to submit the feedback from the concerned citizens if there is any query or suggestion pertaining to the proposed ordinance. So we will refer this back to the Committee on Laws and Ordinances.
The fifth item is the proposed ordinance authored by the Honorable Gilda Gail Abunal Gomez declaring the month of June as Pride Month in the City of Naga, institutionalizing citywide celebrations, enjoining all local government offices and partner institutions to conduct activities, promoting equality and inclusion, and appropriating funds therefore. May I proceed to the disposition, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please.
On motion of the Honorable Gilda Gail Abunal Gomez, duly seconded by the Honorable Felix and Mr. Gonzaga and CPC representative, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang the passage on second reading of the said proposed ordinance. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Any second?
Second.
The Honorable Gilda Gail Abunal Gomez, Mr. Chairman, is requested to discuss the salient provisions of the ordinance and make the formal motion. Okay.
May we request the main proponent, the Honorable Gilda Gail Abunal Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this is a proposed ordinance declaring the month of June as Pride Month in the City of Naga, institutionalizing citywide celebrations, and joining all local government offices and partner institutions to conduct activities promoting equality and inclusion and appropriating funds, therefore. The City of Naga, Mr. Chair, in support of respective provisions in the Philippine Constitution and the Magna Carta for women, have long upheld equal protection, dignity, and human rights through its gender-responsive laws and programs, promoting equality and inclusion for all, including the LGBTQIA+ community. So institutionalizing the Pride Month affirms this commitment, Mr. Chair. The ordinance, Mr. Chair, asks that the month of June of every year be declared as Pride Month in the city of Naga. And during this period, the city government, its departments, offices, and attached agencies, together with the barangay, civil society organizations, educational institutions, and of course, the queer community, shall undertake programs, activities, and services, first to celebrate diversity, second, to promote awareness and education, third, to provide platforms for dialogue, advocacy, and community building, fourth, to commemorate history of the struggles of the community, and to foster an inclusive and arming culture that respects and values all persons regardless of their sexual orientation, gender identity, and sexual characteristics. Expression and gender identity and expression and sex characteristics. So during this Pride Month celebration, Mr. Chair, the city will now take the lead. Kang mga nakaaging taon kaya, Mr. Chair, nagpigo-convene lang kang Naga City Gender and Development Office, then the Naga City Council for Women, si mga LGBTQ groups, and then we would normally just create core groups, and iyon na po yan ang nagpapadalagan. In the past also, Mr. Chair, pirmi lang nagtataoning resolution ang sanggunian for the painting of the pedestrian lanes into rainbow. So Section 5, Mr. Chair, establishes that there would be painting of selected pedestrian lanes in rainbow colors as a visible symbol of the City of Naga supports for the rights and dignity of the LGBTQIA community. In Section 6, Mr. Chair, because it will be city-led already, ang sa tuya pong mga LGU departments and offices, pigi-encourage, pigi-enjoin to develop and implement Pride Month activities, integrate services in their regular programs, and display Pride Month visual materials in their offices and service areas. Arog, Mr. Chair, kang nakaaging Women's Month, may mga departments kita sa City Hall have been very supportive and provided services for this. Now, because it's a city-led activity already or city-led program already, magkakaigwa na po ng coordinating committee which is now more permanent. Of course, pwedeng magbago ang mga tao na nakatukaw, pero si representation po will be coming from the following offices. The city mayor will be the chairperson. The vice chair will be the head of the Gender and Development Office. Members are the committee chair on women, the SK Federation president, and representatives from offices such as the City Health, CSWD, OSEPIO, and CPC. We would also want to include registered organizations. So these are the CSOs and of course from the LGBTQ sector. Ngunyan, kaya Mr. Chair, ang direction po kan Gender and Development Office, daisig da i-treat na as a separate sector pero malaog na sila sa mga agrupations, existing agrupations of the Gender and Development Council. So when their membership will be according to the health aggregation, for example, education aggregation or agriculture aggregation. So dai na po sinda suhay na entity. The ordinance, Mr. Chair, describes the functions. Di ko na po sa saro-saroon. As in the past, Mr. Chair, there will still be partnerships and collaborations, especially with the established private partners already. And Section 9, Mr. Chair, may I just reiterate that this can be charged under the Gender and Development budget. May I, Mr. Chair, also mention that if approved, Mr. Chair, because of the ongoing crisis that we have, the Gender and Development Secretariat or the Gender and Development Office will be very much mindful na ang magiging activities during the Pride Month celebration will be more of service-oriented, na may more purposeful and meaningful programs and services. So we will bear in mind ini pong ongoing na energy crisis that we are experiencing. Yun man lang po, Mr. Chair.
Questions from
body
the
has
plenary?
questions.
The Honorable Aris Macaraig.
I fully support the the proposed ordinance, Mr. Chair. However, may I add, if possible, in Section 4, as one of the activities, disaster risk and reduction management activities, trainings, and seminars. Because as we have observed in the past disasters, storms that struck our city, there are many members of the LGBT community attending to our fellow men, so that they may be well trained and prepared to address disaster risk issues. So I propose in Section 4 to be added the activities for disaster risk. Also, as member of the committee for this activity, if we can add the CDRRMO, Mr. Chair.
The proponent, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Very much welcome, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Any other queries? Councilor Nathan Serio.
A younger brother opted to be my sister, and she happened to be the 2019 Miss Kibikunanya. She participated in the New York parade several years ago. My question is, sa naga ba maparade man nigdi?
The proponent.
Yes, Mr. Chair, sa mga nakaaging taon po, the Pride Month celebration closes usually with the Pride March.
Councilor Nathan Serio.
Ang mga pigsusulot duman sa New York, iyo man ang mahiling tadigdi.
May we know from the proponent?
Depende, Mr. Chair. There were proposed activities before, like the Mardi Gras competition. Iyo to, Mr. Chair, so mga naka-costume sinda. Pero si mga participants, Mr. Chair, sa parade, not all will be in those outfit, Mr. Chair. And just for the record and so that the body would know, our LGBTQ core group are very particular actually with the attire among their community. So sinda mismo, Mr. Chair, nagsasarabihan kung ano itong acceptable or not, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Follow-up, Councilor Nathan Serio.
Maman, pakiulay ko lang siguro, Mr. Chair, sa proponent, kabali siya kayan sa maurulay kani. Itong daiman masyak si sensibilities kan mga, daw na si mga gurangan tadigdi, si mga yaon sa simbahan. Dipisil na.
Okay. Thank you.
Ito magreklamo.
Thank you, Councilor Nathan Serio. The Honorable Aris Macaraig.
I forgot one more item, Mr. Chair. Aside from the disaster risk activities, the LGBT community has also been very active in environment and climate change activities related. So we also put that as one of the possible activities in Section 4, and with the City Environment Office as part of also the committee, Mr. Chair.
The proponent.
Yes, Mr. Chair, in the past, pirming may mga environment advocacies na ginigibo ang sector. So, again, Mr. Chair, we welcome the suggestion, including, Mr. Chair, that a representative from Senro will also be included in the committee.
Thank you, Councilor Gale. Any other queries? The Honorable Jepson Felix.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not a query, but a manifestation of full support for this proposed policy. Because, Mr. Chair, the SK Federation, even together with the city youth officials, have been a long-term partner for this initiative. And we deem it proper to, we see it as proper already to fully institutionalize this as part of our local governance system.
Thank
that will be all,
you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Felix, for the manifestation of support. Formal motion?
So, Mr. Chair, if there are no other concerns on the proposed ordinance, may I move that we approve this proposed ordinance on second reading, Mr. Chair.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. We approve on second reading the proposed ordinance with amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
The next item, Mr. Chairman, is the proposed ordinance authored by the Honorable Jefferson Romeo B. Felix, amending certain provisions of City Ordinance Number 2024-101, otherwise known as the Enhanced SK Mandatory Training Ordinance of Naga City, renaming the same as the SK Academy Program of Naga City, strengthening its institutional framework, and for other purposes. May I proceed to the disposition, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please.
On motion of the Honorable Felix, duly seconded by the Honorable Gomez, Mr. Gonzaga, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang the passage of on second reading of the said proposed ordinance. May we request the Honorable Jefferson Felix to be recognized for his formal motion and discussion, Mr. Chair.
We recognize the proponent, the Honorable Jefferson Romeo Felix.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For this proposed amendatory ordinance, Mr. Chair, si main thing digdi, Mr. Chair, ay i-rename lang, Mr. Chair, from Enhanced Sangguniang Kabataan Mandatory Training Ordinance of Naga City into the SK Academy Program of Naga City, stemming, Mr. Chair, from the City Ordinance 2024-101. For Section 3 of the amendatory ordinance, Mr. Chair, we are also expanding the coverage of the program. Dati kay, Mr. Chair, limited lang ini sa satuya mga SK officials, but since we have institutionalized also the Barangay Youth Development Councils, nahiling mi, Mr. Chair, na kaipuan din oriented sinda sa youth governance operations, lalo-lalo na sa barangay and youth governance din sa city level. Section 6, Mr. Chair, we also opted to place a provision on the integration with local youth governance system, meaning it shall be aligned with the local youth development plan of the city and the strategic directions of the SK Federation and other relevant national youth development policies. For Section 10, Mr. Chair, of this amendatory ordinance, we also deemed it proper to integrate it as an indicator in the Seal of Good Youth Governance.
We request the
ordinance.
Secretariat to flash on screen the proposed ordinance.
So we also deemed it proper to integrate it as an indicator under the Seal of Good Youth Governance ordinance, which is 2024-064. And for Section 12, Mr. Chair, we also opted to expand the curriculum of this program to include emerging and priority areas relevant to youth governance and leadership development, including but not limited to artificial intelligence, digital leadership development, public ethics and anti-corruption safeguards, youth mental health, leadership, crisis and disaster risk reduction, leadership, strategic communications, and public narrative development. So those are the salient features of this proposed ordinance, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Jefferson Felix. Questions from the plenary? Hearing none. Final motion?
Given that, Mr. Chair, hearing no queries and recommendations, may I now move, Mr. Chair, to pass this proposed resolution for second reading.
Any second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
Any objection? Hearing none. The proposed ordinance is hereby approved on second reading. Next item.
The last item, Mr. Chairman, is the proposed ordinance authored by Honorable Jefferson Romeo Felix, amending ordinance number 2020-12-35, otherwise known as the Naga City Youth Code, particularly the provisions on the City Youth Officials Program to clarify program timelines, expand official positions, institutionalize leave and succession mechanisms, establish a performance evaluation system under a monitoring, evaluation, accountability, and learning framework, and for other purposes. For the disposition, Mr. Chairman, on motion of the Honorable Felix, duly seconded by Honorable Gomez and Mr. Gonzaga, committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang the passage on second reading of the said proposed ordinance. May we also request the Honorable Felix to be recognized, Mr. Chairman.
We recognize the proponent, the Honorable Jefferson Felix.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So basically, Mr. Chair, may mga added provisions lang from the youth code, for the youth code. Section 1 of this amendatory ordinance, Mr. Chair, I will just insert sa Section 22-3 as item number 7, the authority to determine the program timeline. Since nahiling mi kay Mr. Chair, very strict very defined si schedule kang pagpuon ka city youth officials, and over the years, given the adjustments sa academic calendar, minsan, madalas, dahil na po nasunod si nakalag sa ordinance. So, that's why we opted to relax the provisions there by having this authority to determine the program timeline provision.
Who will determine?
The City Youth Officials Executive Committee, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you.
Next, Mr. Chair, Section 3 of this ordinance, the amendment to Section 22-5 on the manner of selection of the city youth officials. May mga nadagdag lang na offices digdi, Mr. Chair. Although for this year, Mr. Chair, since this year, Mr. Chair, top 48 man giraray, but ang magiging priority, Mr. Chair, na i-appoint for the positions si 14 na elective officials and si 28 departments of the city government and 6 relevant offices na aligned sa priority ka city government only, Mr. Chair.
There is the identification of the department.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Stated in the proposed ordinance.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Naka-list down po, Mr. Chair. Next, Mr. Chair, Section 4 of this amendatory ordinance, state me lang din digdi, Mr. Chair, si guidelines for the honorarium that it will be based on their active participation, attendance, documented outputs, and verified accomplishments. Next, Mr. Chair, Section 5, to amend Section 22-10, tiglag mi din digdi, Mr. Chair, si new provision on the nature of participation, limitations of authority and professional boundaries, and document execution. Kung tanong, Mr. Chair, kung araw kaning provision is that may mga notice kaya ang executive committee, Mr. Chair, and even the counterparts na minsan ng mga city officials nag-overboard or nagka-cross na ning personal boundaries. So, specify mo lang dyan, Mr. Chair, kung ano si mga do's and don'ts ninda and si limits kang authority vested upon them, Mr. Chair. Next po is Section 6. Tiglatag mo din digdi, Mr. Chair, si guidelines on filing for the leave of absence, resignation, vacancy, and temporary succession of the city youth officials. Given, Mr. Chair, na ngunyan, Mr. Chair, na batch, may case ning nag-leave of absence, like the city youth mayor, mapukit ang policy on it. So, tiglatag mi na din po siya digdi, Mr. Chair. And on Section 7, Mr. Chair, we also included the provision for the performance evaluation system under the monitoring, evaluation, and accountability and learning framework. Para, Mr. Chair, aramtaman si naging development kang city youth officials bago magpuon and pagkatapos kang pag-render ninda kang 45 days of internship. I think, Mr. Chair, that will be the salient features of this proposed policy.
Questions from the plenary? Councilor Frank Mendoza.
Mr. Chair, can I request the expansion of Section 5?
Section 5.
Section 5. Sa baba pa. The city youth officials assigned to executive offices or department may participate in
Pataas.
planning, coordination, consultation, advocacy, public engagement, program development, and similar not fiscal functions ordinarily undertaken by their official counterparts subject to appropriate supervision. May sign ceremonial internal. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No further comments.
Any other comment? Hearing none, final motion.
There being no further recommendations, Mr. Chair, may I now move for the passage of the proposed ordinance for second reading.
Any second? Any objection? Hearing none, the proposed amendatory ordinance is hereby approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Jefferson Pelli. Thank you, Councilor Hill Rosales. Next item.
Next is the committee report of the Committee on Land Use for the hearing dated March 20.
The Chairman of the Committee on Land Use, the Honorable Jesse R. Albius.
Mr. Chair, may I request acknowledgement of the committee report of the Committee on Land Use.
Your report is hereby acknowledged.
The committee hearing was held on March 26, 2026, and there was a quorum.
Please proceed.
First items, the letter dated 11 March 2026 from the City Planning and Development Office submitting their evaluation of the documents submitted by Mr. Gilbert P. Jose, Chief Operating Officer, Family Merchants Projects Development Corporation, pertaining to their application for a preliminary approval and locational clearance for the proposed Happy Homes Naga 1 located in Barangay Pacol, Naga City. May I proceed to the disposition, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
Considering the favorable endorsement of the City Planning and Development Office and upon compliance with all the documentary requirements, on motion of the Honorable Francisco M. Mendoza, duly seconded by Engineer De Los Reyes and Ms. Vergara, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod the passage of a resolution approving the application of Mr. Gilbert P. Jose, Chief Operating Officer, Family Merchants Projects Development Corporation for the preliminary approval and locational clearance for the proposed Happy Homes Naga 1 located in Barangay Pacol, Naga City. So move, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is hereby approved. Next item.
Item number 2 is the letter dated 11 March 2026 from the City Planning and Development Office submitting their evaluation of the documents submitted by Mr. Erwin Laurino pertaining to their application for special use permit for the proposed wind bar reservoir located at Carnation Street, Barangay Triangulo, Naga City. May I proceed to the disposition, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
Considering the favorable endorsement of the City Planning and Development Office and upon compliance with all the documentary requirements, on motion of the Honorable Francisco Mendoza, duly seconded by the Honorable Baldemoro, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod the passage of a resolution approving the application of Mr. Erwin Laurino for a special use permit for the proposed wind bar reservoir located at Carnation Street, Barangay Triangulo, Naga City. So moved.
Second.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is hereby approved.
Third item is the letter dated March 6, 2026 from the City Planning Development Office containing the recommendation for the application of Mr. Ernesto C. George An for a special use permit for the proposed Maskisaan gas station located in Barangay Carolina, Naga City. May I proceed to the disposition, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
On motion of the Honorable David Casper Nathan Stereo, duly seconded by Honorable Mendoza and Engineer De Los Reyes, the committee resolved to defer consideration of the application upon the request of Punong Barangay Leoncio Librit to give the Barangay Council more time to clarify the concerns regarding the boundaries of the subject property and its adjacent properties. So moved, Mr. Chair.
Deferred.
Any second?
Second.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Furthermore, the Secretary to the Sangguniang Panlungsod is directed to write Punong Barangay Librit to check on the proximity of the property to the nearest church observing the 50 meters distance, and to check the distance of the property to the nearest gas station, and to submit a written report within 15 days upon receipt thereof. So move, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is hereby approved.
That ends the report. Thank you. Good morning.
Before, could I see the attendance? No, the roll call. It appears that I am absent in the committee hearing, and during the disposition, I seconded the motion.
Yes, the presiding officer came late. So we need to rectify the official record. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you. So I am present in the committee hearing. Next item.
Next is the committee report of the Committee on Appropriations for the hearing last April 6.
May I request the co-chair of the Committee on Appropriation, the Honorable Jesse R. Albios.
Mr. Chair, may I request acknowledgement of the committee hearing of the Committee on Appropriations on April 6, 2026.
Your report is duly acknowledged.
The committee hearing was held on April 6 and there was a quorum. First item, the proposed ordinance authored by the Honorable Elmer Baldemoro, fixing the per diem of the members of the Naga City People's Law Enforcement Pleb Board and the session-based honoraria of its secretariat. May I proceed to the disposition, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
On motion of the Honorable Hilda Gail Arabanal Gomez, duly seconded by Ms. Diasis and Punong Barangay Rodriguez, the committee resolved to direct the City Legal Office, City Accounting, and the City Budget Office to review the applicability of DBM Local Budget Circular Number 73, Series of 2001, and to research other related issuances concerning the grant of per diem to the members of the Naga City People's Law Enforcement Board, and to submit their comments and recommendations to the Sangguniang Panlungsod within 5 days from receipt thereof. So move, Mr. Chair.
Any second?
Second.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is hereby approved.
That ends the report. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you, Councilor Jess Albios. Next item.
Next is a letter dated April 8 of Guillermo Meñez.
We already tackled that in the committee report of the Committee on Laws and Ordinances.
Okay.
Next item.
Next is the committee report of the Committee on Social Development
May
for
I
the hearing
request
last April
deferment
6.
of the said matter and calendar it in the next regular session. Next item.
Next is the proposed ordinance authored by the Honorable Francisco Mendoza, an ordinance amending ordinance number 2024-054, otherwise known as the Naga City Continuing Education and Professional Development Program, to maximize participation by barangay personnel.
The proponent, please, the Honorable Frank Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That ordinance is part of the report of the Committee on Health.
So we proceed to the next item.
Next is the committee report of the Committee on Peace and Order and Public Safety.
The Chairman of the Committee on Public Safety, the Honorable Melvin Ramon Buenape.
I request acknowledgement of the report of the Committee on Peace and Order and Public Safety, Mr. Chair.
Your report is duly acknowledged.
Mr. Chair, the committee hearing on Peace and Order and Public Safety was conducted last April 8, and there was a quorum.
Please
There
proceed.
were, thank you, Mr. Chair, there were 5 items tackled during the committee hearing. For practical reasons, I will start with item number 2. Item number 2, inspection report submitted by the City Treasurer's Office on the ocular inspection. Joint ocular inspection conducted on February 26, 2026 at Shane's Starlight Food and Beverage House located at Ursua Building, Concepcion, Pequeña, Naga City, in relation to the noise complaints received by their office. I proceed to the disposition, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
The committee resolved to defer the matter and await further developments from the City Treasurer's Office. And I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any second? Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is hereby approved.
Next is the letter from Police Colonel Gilbert Fariñas, Naga City Police Office Director, pertaining to their proposed establishment of a mobile command post to enhance field command, control, and communication capabilities during police operations. May I proceed to the disposition, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
The committee resolved to defer the consideration of the matter and await for the submission of the detailed diagram of the mobile command post, as well as the cost estimate of the truck, its accessories, and equipment. And I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any second? Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Next is the letter from Mr.
Mr.
Jonathan.
The Honorable Frank Mendoza.
With due respect to the disposition of the chair, may I request that it be added under the disposition that the PNP requesting the mobile command post enumerate the situation wherein that vehicle would be needed.
The committee chair.
Well taken, Mr. Chair. I'll submit to that, Mr. Chair.
So we add the disposition for the matter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So item number 4, a letter dated March 17 from Mr. Jonathan Hernandez, Naga City Bike Board Coordinator, addressed to the City Mayor, submitting a proposed ordinance seeking to establish a bicycle response unit in Naga City. May I proceed to the disposition, Mr.
Yes,
Chair?
please.
The committee resolved to defer consideration of the matter due to the absence of the proponent. And I so move, Mr. Chair.
We defer consideration of the matter.
Number 5 is a letter from Ms. Army Gunay, Program Director of iGovernance, regarding the consolidated feedback on the proposed Naga City Anti-Identity Concealment Ordinance.
What is that all about?
And the matter was treated together with item number 1, needing no further action thereby. So I move to proceed.
Please proceed to item
number 1, Mr. Chair.
Further action is
Yes,
necessary.
please.
So for item number 1, the proposed ordinance authored by this representation regulating the wearing of masks, balaclavas, and other face coverings that conceal identity in certain public places and situations in the city of Naga, Camarines Sur, in the interest of public safety and in support of law enforcement operations.
We regulate.
And with this, Mr. Chair, may I be allowed to present the proposed ordinance on second reading.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the proposed ordinance, an ordinance regulating the wearing of masks, balaclavas, and other face coverings that conceal identity in certain public places and situations in the city of Naga in the interest of public safety and in support of law enforcement operations. This proposed ordinance, Mr. Chair, arises from the request of the Naga City Police Office for such an ordinance in view of the several incidents wherein the perpetrators of crimes conceal their identities by wearing masks and other items that protect their identity or conceal their identity. The law enforcement agencies have observed that crimes involving motorcycles and public spaces are often committed by individuals whose identities are deliberately concealed. The concealment of one's identity through masks, balaclavas, or similar face coverings has been used in certain instances to facilitate criminal activities, evade identification, and obstruct law enforcement operations. The basis of this proposed ordinance is the 1987 Philippine Constitution and the Local Government Code of 1991 or Republic Act 7160. Thereby, because of the incidents mentioned, there is a compelling need to regulate the wearing of identity concealing face coverings in specific public places and situations while respecting lawful, medical, cultural, and occupational justifications. May I proceed to the salient features or provisions of this proposed ordinance, Mr.
Yes,
Chair?
please.
On Section 4, prohibited acts, there shall be it shall be unlawful for any person to wear his or her helmet, mask, balaclava, or any face covering that conceals his or her identity under the following circumstances. Letter A, while inside or within the premises of commercial, government, or public establishments. Letter B, while dismounted from, standing beside, waiting near, remaining within close proximity, or sitting on one's parked motorcycle in a public place. Letter C, while loitering, waiting, standing, or lingering in public spaces, including streets, alleys, parks, terminals, and similar areas, unless such wearing is lawfully justified under Section 5 of this proposed ordinance. For Section 5, lawful exceptions, the prohibitions under this proposed ordinance shall not apply in the following cases. Letter A, medical or health-related reasons. Letter B, occupational requirements such as construction workers, welders, food handlers, delivery riders while in transit, or similar lawful employment necessitating protective gear. Letter C, religious or cultural practices, provided that the person cooperates with lawful identification when required by authorities. Letter D, safety gear while actively operating a motorcycle, such as helmets, provided that the face covering is removed upon dismounting or when requested by a law enforcement officer in an appropriate situation. Example, lawful checkpoint. Letter E, emergency situations, such as disasters or officially sanctioned drills. Letter F, other lawful purposes, as may be determined by appropriate authorities in the performance of their duties. So, Section 6, the scope and authority to enforce. This ordinance shall be enforced only within the territorial jurisdiction of the City of Naga by the Naga City Police Office and other duly authorized law enforcement personnel and local government enforcement units, that is, Public Safety Office and the Land Transportation Office. Law enforcement officers shall at all times observe courtesy, proportionality, and respect for constitutional rights in the implementation of this ordinance. In Section 7, penalties. Any person found violating this ordinance shall be penalized as follows. So, for the first offense, warning or reprimand. For the second offense, a fine of 500 pesos or community service of not less than 8 hours. In letter C, third and succeeding offenses, a fine of 1,000 pesos or imprisonment of not more than 30 days or both at the discretion of the court. This is particularly useful in accosting those elements that has previous criminal records already. O mga dati nang nahuli sa snatching or thieveries. Apprehended or suspected violators shall be appropriately documented, recorded for proper identification. In Section 8, this comprise the safety features. The non-discrimination clause. This ordinance shall be implemented without discrimination as to gender, religion, ethnicity, social status, or political affiliation. And Section 9, responsibility and accountability of officers. Utmost responsibility and accountability of enforcers is expected in the implementation of this ordinance. Complaint against inappropriate or unlawful manner of implementation may be lodged with the office of the city mayor, who shall assess such complaint and appropriately act on or endorse the same to proper authorities, such as the People Law Enforcement Board, if PNP, and within its jurisdiction, for appropriate action or prosecution. Mr. Chair, considering that there are penalties that are enumerated here with certain fines, I move, Mr. Chair, that the committee be allowed to schedule public hearing for the purpose of this proposed ordinance. And I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any second? Any objection? Hearing none, the proposed ordinance is subject for public hearing to be scheduled by the committee chair on Committee on Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That ends my report.
Thank you, Councilor General Omar Buenape. Next item. Do we need to have a break or we will proceed? Councilor Gil Rosales.
Some of the members are suggesting to terminate the session earlier, considering that some of us are exhausted already. So perhaps we can identify which matters we could bring up next session, and if there are some which need action today, then we can just select them.
May we know from the chairman of the following committee, the Committee on Land Use, Health and Nutrition, the APRO, there is an urgent matter pertaining to the said report. If none, we will calendar all these committee report in the next regular session. Okay? So we calendar all the Honorable Mendoza.
May I request that the report of the Committee on Health proceed this session. Otherwise, the draft ordinance would be read for the third time.
Okay. So except for the report of the Committee on Health containing the proposed ordinance on continuing education be reported, the rest will be calendared on the next regular session. So we request the committee chair of the Committee on Health and Nutrition to render the report. The Honorable Hilda Gail Abunal Gomez.
So, Mr. Chair, for the Committee on Health and Nutrition, may I request acknowledgement of this report?
Your report is duly acknowledged.
The committee hearing was held last April 6. We had a quorum, Mr. Chair. First item is the proposed ordinance authored by the Honorable Francisco M. Mendoza, amending ordinance number 2024-054, or the Naga City Continuing Education and Professional Development Program to maximize participation of barangay personnel. May I proceed to the disposition, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
On motion of the Honorable Serio, duly seconded by the Honorable Felix, the committee resolved to recommend to the plenary the approval and second reading of the proposed ordinance subject to the incorporation of the inputs made during the hearing. Mr. Chair, last session, the proponent has extensively discussed the said proposed ordinance.
So I understand that the proposed ordinance was already discussed during the last session. So questions from the plenary, if there is any question, query pertaining to the proposed ordinance. Hearing none, formal motion from the proponent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I move that we pass the proposed ordinance amending ordinance number 2024-054, or the Naga City Continuing Education and Professional Development Program to maximize participation by barangay personnel. So move, Mr. Chair.
Any second? Hearing none, no objection. The amendatory ordinance is hereby approved on second reading.
The second item, Mr. Chair, is a proposed ordinance authored by this representation establishing the Naga City Human Milk Hub, providing for its organization, operation, and management, and appropriating funds therefore. May I go to the disposition, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
On motion of the Honorable Mendoza, duly seconded by the Honorable Felix and the committee resolved to recommend to the plenary the approval on second reading of the proposed ordinance, providing for its subject to the incorporation of the inputs made during the hearing. So move, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Mr. Chair, right now the proposed ordinance has just been published by the iEngage.
So we will
Mr.
just
Chair,
await. We'll
yes,
just
Mr.
await
Chair.
to the result of the
Yes.
iEngage publication, and to calendar this in the next upon submission of the result from the iGov.
Yes, Mr. Chair. The third item is the proposed ordinance authored by the Honorable Nathan Serio, mandating cremation as a preferred method for the disposal of dead pets, animals infected with rabies, condemned animals, and those deceased due to viral infections. Together with this is a letter dated at March 23 from Mrs. Maria Socorro Argayamilo, City Treasurer, relative to the proposed ordinance authored by the Honorable Serio entitled Naga City Animal Cremation and Biosanitation Ordinance. May I go to the disposition, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
The committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panglungsod that the proposal be archived without prejudice to its refiling. So move, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Any objection? Hearing none, the proposed measure is archived.
The last item is the resolution number 2025-013 of the 2025 City Youth Sangguniang Panglungsod, intensifying the implementation of all programs and initiatives under Ordinance number 2021-028 to ensure the full institutionalization and strengthening of mental health care services, awareness campaigns, and support system for all sectors, with particular focus on vulnerable populations, including youth sector within Naga City. May I go to the disposition, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
Since this matter, Mr. Chair, has already been tabled for several times already in the committee. The committee resolved to send a formal communication because the CYO Councilor Rancis has not been attending, so that we could apprise him of the mental health services program of the local government unit of Naga at the moment, Mr. Chair. So move, Mr. Chair.
Any second?
Second.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
That's all for the report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Hilda Gail Abunal Gomez. Next item,
New business.
new business.
Mr. Chairman,
Under new business,
Councilor Nathan Serio.
may I request that all matters under new business be deferred or
No.
be
Just
immediately
i-referral,
referred?
referral man lang, madalion lang.
Okay.
Instead of calendaring it in the next session.
Pwedeng ang mag-assign na kang kunyan ang presiding officer.
Yes.
Narig dahil ng gayong diskusyon.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes, Councilor Nathan Serio. Item number 1.
first endorsement dated March 9 from Cornelio Sumedo, Deputy Ombudsman for Luzon,
We
referring
refer
the
this to the
complaint.
Committee on Blue Ribbon and directed the Secretariat to respond to the letter of the Ombudsman. Item number 2.
Communication from the Barangay Council of Calawag, endorsing Barangay Ordinance.
We refer this to the Committee on Laws and Ordinances.
From the Honorable, communication from the Honorable Nathan Serio, proposed legislation and ordinance regulating the use of aftermath muffler.
We refer
or
this to the
motorcycle.
Committee on Laws and Ordinances.
Next is the request of Miss Iris or
We
Ignacio
refer this to
Rizal.
the Committee on Appropriation.
Transmittal from the Barangay Council of Peña Francia of the two ordinances passed.
We refer this to the Committee on Laws and Ordinances together with the Committee on Social Development, with the Committee on Laws and Ordinances as the lead committee.
Third is the communication from the Office of Councilor Alan Riz Macaraig, forwarding the concern on water supply issues.
We refer this to the
in
Committee on
Barangay Sabang.
Public Utilities.
Another communication from the Office of Honorable Macaraig, concern from Fresh Fish section of
We
the
refer
Naga
this to the Committee on Market Affairs.
Next is the proposed ordinance authored by Honorable Mendoza, an ordinance suspending
We
the
refer this to the
imposition
Committee
of
on Ways
interest.
and Means.
Another proposal from the Honorable Mendoza.
Also refer to Committee on Ways and Means.
Next is the endorsement from Attorney Victor de la Cruz regarding their position paper on the pleb honoraria.
Committee on Appropriation.
Next is the proposal from Honorable Buenape, which was already discussed.
Already taken up and was
Taken up.
already approved.
Yes. Next is the proposal from the Honorable Felix, institutionalizing the Naga City Barangay Support Fund and establishing a governance framework for its allocation, utilization,
Committee on
implementation, and
Appropriation together with the
accountability.
proposed ordinance submitted by the Honorable Frank Mendoza.
Other matters, memorandum dated March 25, signed by Engineer Gigante of the DPWH pertaining to Naga City SP Resolutions 2026-175, which gave authority to the city mayor to sign the certification in relation to the right-of-way for the proposed infrastructure program in the city of Naga.
Noted.
Barangay Resolution number 2026-042.
We refer
of-
this to the Office of the City Mayor for endorsement.
Another is a letter from the city legal officer pertaining to the proposed memorandum
We
of
refer this to
agreement
the
with
Committee
DG.
on Information Technology.
Next is the nominal voting.
The Chairman of the Committee on Rules.
Another one pa po lang. From ERC resolution, the ex-party manifestation of the applicant of Masinloc Power Partners Company Limited.
This is duly noted. Any other matter?
na po, nominal voting na po.
The Honorable Hill Rosales.
Mr. Chairman, may I move to transfer to nominal voting all ordinances approved in second reading and move for their approval in third and final reading.
Any second?
Second.
Any objection? Hearing none. All the approved ordinances on second reading is hereby approved on third reading. Next item.
Adjournment.
The session adjourned.